7-Eleven, how you've been woven into the fabric of our lives. Your presence, like a beacon of the city. From offering easily enough energy drinks to power the whole of Palatine, to nachos with cheese that may or may not be classified as a dairy product. You were always there to satisfy our late night cravings and early morning hardships. It didn't matter who came to your store. You served all customers with inclusive spirit, embracing everyone. From the weary traveler needing of a taquito to late night stoner seeking a sauce and a pack of gummy bears. 7-Eleven, you welcomed them all with open arms and an array of delights. But the reason that I love 7-Eleven and the new character that defined it for all of our experience, well, especially mine, was the banter, the laughter, through all the aisles. The jokes about whether the cashier's name was always Raj or Sanjay. The playful jabs about the aroma of curry spices, mixing it with a wide variety of Slurpees. It's a quick quirk that, in its own peculiar way, became a part of the charm of the beloved store. The amount of free Slurpees and big gulps I got from lady cashiers were unmatched when growing up as well. Sure, I was always berated with jokes like being called the nephew of the owner, the spice merchant of 7-Eleven, or some other racially insensitive jokes about how the store smelled like home. But when my total rang up to zero and theirs didn't, I had the last laugh. So as we close the chapter of 7-Eleven and satisfaction to all customers, I take solace in the fact that the spirit of culturally insensitive humor lives on. For you see, while the jokes may stop at 7-Eleven, they shall continue and grow from the subway down the street. Thank you. Neva.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm a speech competitor from the Fremd speech team. So this is my first year and I wrote a speech and I hope you all enjoy it. And shout out to Miss Odie's first period, by the way. Hello to all of the phalanges of the show, Friends. You all are amazing. And to the ones who don't share the same enthusiasm, hello to you too. I'm Nalima Singh, claiming to being the biggest commando fan of Friends. And I'm certainly not here to recount the entire series to you all. I mean, that would involve me describing all 6 characters and summarizing all the 10 seasons. And I know you all have better things to do, so let's be honest, who has time to go through the entire show? Instead, I am here to discuss a crucial and important aspect of the show that resonates with all of us, and is something we all should cherish. That aspect, my lovely friends, pun intended, is friendship. Friendship is a vital part of our lives, and something we all get to experience. Friendship is sadly being undermined by some people, and that people are just rude and just try to ruin that pure bond by being disrespectful to their own friends. Rude? Although friendship is truly beautiful and it can be expressed in countless ways, whether it's helping your friend get ready for a special event or drawing a mustache on their face with a marker while they're asleep. But over the course of our lives, we go through some friendships that are so precious that we just cannot imagine our life without them. Just like Joey struggling to envision his life without Chandler when he moves in with Monica. He tries to highlight Chandler's flaws as a roommate to Monica, but ends up in tears, realizing that there was no roommate like Chandler, there is no roommate like Chandler, and there will be no roommate like Mrs. Chandler Bond, or as what their mailman thought Chandler's name was. I adore how these two characters express their friendship throughout the entire show. Now, some Friends fans might be thinking, hello, did she really just forget about Monica and Rachel? They're besties like Joey and Chandler? Well, no, I haven't really forgotten. It's just that I don't want to steal Joey and Chandler's thunder like Rachel did by kissing Ross on Monica's engagement night. I mean, speaking from Ross's perspective, they were on a break. Alright, William, calm someone who encourages you when you try something new, telling you to keep going and not giving up. Like the time when Ross decided to teach Phoebe how to ride a bike. Friends are always there for each other, showing how a friend can support you so incredibly and make sure that you don't give up during that process. He helped her to overcome her fear and challenges of riding bikes. Unfortunately, some people don't have their central perk squad. They miss out on the silly things we do with our friends, like yelling out a movie spoiler in a movie theater full of people and ruining their moods, or putting a fake spider on another friend's shoulder and scaring the life out of them. Having friends means having people who stand with you during your good and your bad times. Good times, they'll be at your wedding, they'll make your bachelorette party a blast, they'll sing with you in karaoke nights, they'll go to clubs with you, and when bad times come, they will be the ones standing like a mountain right next to you, ensuring that you're not alone and help you get through your tough situations. As Aristotle, some Greek philosopher once said, friendship is a single soul dwelling in two bodies. This quote beautifully captured the essence of deep and meaningful friendships, where friends are so connected that they represent one single soul despite being two separate individuals. Friends are indeed a treasure in our lives, and they're a reminder that we're never truly alone in this roller coaster of a journey called the life. So, Friends, the show, isn't just a show. It's a reminder that after all, in the grand scheme of life, friends are the real lobsters who will stand by your side and be there for you. Thank you. And now, please welcome Isabel.
First and foremost, I'd like to shout out Mr. Anderson's lit class. This piece I'm going to share with all of you today is actually a tribute to a very important person in my life who is here today, but they do not know that I wrote this about them, so you're going to ride along with that. 1968, the year it all began. The year MLK was assassinated, the year Nixon won in the White House, the year Apollo 8 orbited the moon. All historical events, relevant to some. My connection to the year 1968 involves Fremd High School, but not in the way many do. In 1968, what was originally Palatine High School South, later changed to William Fremd High School, welcomed the first graduating class of Fremd. Within the senior class of 68, my grandpa would be part of the graduating class, a student body of approximately 300 students graduating. My grandpa has always been incredibly passionate in the world of sports, especially during his time at Fremd playing basketball. Being a basketball player was something my grandpa was motivated to accomplish in high school. He proved his worth and became a significant team member who developed a name for himself on the court. Being covered in the local newspaper never changed my grandpa's mindset when playing. He never let up, never went through the motions, never made excuses, never thought better of himself and his teammates. Over time, after going through high school and college, he never left the sport he loved. While teaching at Conant High School, he coached the boys' basketball team, successful both on and off the court, but now rather as an adult instead of a student. After retirement, he remained involved in the basketball community and coached for the New Trier girls basketball program. Whether it was his time spent at Fremd playing a sport that brought him joy and comfort, or coaching high school girls and boys basketball, being able to provide his knowledge and intelligence of the game makes it all that much more meaningful to me. The beauty of it all is a legacy I can pursue from my grandpa. Not just for the fact that I also go to Fremd, but for the love of basketball that we both share. From being the only girl on the little kids' basketball teams and being coached by my grandpa and dad, basketball has had an incredible impact on my family. Not by the success of winning games, but by the time that has been shared through the sport. My love for the sport began in 2011 while playing in the YMCA youth basketball program and grew when I was a member of a 7th grade AAU national championship team. Recently finishing my final AAU season this summer and starting my high school basketball season, all make it a surreal moment, not just for myself, but for my grandpa too. Starting my freshman year and becoming a part of the Fremd girls basketball program was always a goal I had ever since the summer camp days when I was little. From the first practice of freshman year to approaching the tail end of my senior season, I am beyond appreciative of all that my grandpa and the Fremd basketball program has taught me. Representing the person my grandpa once was when he stepped foot on the old Fremd floor with his laced-up all-star Chuck Taylors with the promise of rolling an ankle. Honestly, we all knew those shoes were a good idea. Fasting forward from 1968 to 2024, I, the granddaughter, have the pleasure to tie my more secure Nike basketball shoes and step onto the newly renovated floor, but nonetheless, the same floor my grandpa once stood on. Staring into the crowd, overwhelmed by the energetic siblings, nervous parents, and supportive friends. I spot my grandpa within the crowd, wearing his color-coordinated green and gold outfit, which I always love. Watching his granddaughter not only in the hopes for another victory, but watching and knowing that the deep love he possesses for basketball is shared with his granddaughter and will forever be shared. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christian, and this is Lois' first period of English class. And today I'm going to be sharing my poem that I wrote for my English class that I'm very proud of. And so I think I'll just get right into it. Last waves crashing against the shore of bleak skies paint a grand view of divergent fields. Unbridled colors down my sky in anger and pleasure, in depression and joy, anxiety and calm. Narrow sand congests like human thought, it clusters in crowds, my mind overflowing with cause. These are the emotions is a plague I cannot escape. Vivid winds conquer and drive me to the water, overwhelming forces submerge me. Irresistible tensions drag me to the bottom, the scent light escapes my grasp, and doubt darkness confines my eyes, yet liberates my mind. Scouring blackness dissipates all, securing gloom shushes all. Solace is what I find, hot silence is a dead calm I seek, locked space retained by water, isolated by tide and empty by choice, awakened stillness leads respite, clustered thoughts break away like fragile glass, endured solitude is my soul. Thank you. And next up we have Aish.
Shout out to Miss Odie's first period. Okay, so I'm playing on the couch with one of my many stuffed animals. In this case, a light purple Hello Kitty. So my 3-year-old self has probably fallen off the couch a million times over the course of my very short life. And as I begin my descent to the carpet, my mom catches my arm, prompting something even worse to happen. I fall back onto the ground, wailing hysterically. My hand flopped lifelessly as tears began pouring down my face. My mother immediately called for my dad. My vision was blurry as I felt myself being picked up from the ground and quickly rushed to the car, where my father fumbled with the car seat, his hands shaking. I looked towards my arm and realized that it didn't quite look normal. My arm was angled weirdly, but my 3-year-old brain couldn't exactly pinpoint how to fix it. As I looked around in the car to spot something I could play with, I found my purple Hello Kitty right next to me. I quickly grabbed onto it, squeezing it tightly to forget about the pain. So my mother drove to the hospital while breaking a few speed limits in the process. After we arrived, my father grabbed me and went straight to the receptionist, worriedly telling her the entire ordeal. As she rolled her eyes, she calmly ordered us to sit and wait for the doctor. My mom and dad conversed nervously. Do you think her arm is broken? No, it's only dislocated. It can't be that bad, right? Naturally, I tuned them out. After calling my name incorrectly, we made our way to the exam room. My father sat me down on the cot carefully, as if I would break like a porcelain doll and be used to much force. As I left the room, leaving the door open, I resumed playing with my stuffed animal. I decided I was going to make it accomplish a feat of 5 cartwheels in a row, despite being temporarily incapacitated. I stood with my Hello Kitty in hand and the injured arm at my side, ready to complete my mission that my 3-year-old brain had come up with. Startlingly, the doctor came through the door, making me frazzled enough to drop the stuffed animal, causing me to fail to accomplish my newest feat. The doctor picked up the stuffed animal and placed it relatively far away from me, which I knew had to be on purpose. My parents rushed to the exam room after seeing the doctor, expectantly waiting for the doctor to magically fix my arm. The doctor got his supplies and listened to my heartbeat, while poking my injured arm numerous times, which hurt, by the way. He conversed with my parents, telling them I had something called nursemaid's elbow. As he explained it, the doctor said that he would return soon to check up on me, and I knew this was my time to seize the opportunity. I scooted over to grab the Hello Kitty. I glanced around the room to make sure that my parents weren't paying attention to me, knowing that they would definitely be stopping me if they knew what I was doing. They were intently listening to the doctor, who was currently explaining how my hurt arm was relatively easy to fix. I stood once again with my Hello Kitty in hand and the determination to finally complete my mission. The Hello Kitty successfully completed 1 cartwheel, but I realized I would need both hands in order to accomplish my feat. I glanced towards my parents, making sure that they were still not paying attention to what I was doing, and clutching the Hello Kitty with both hands, I completed the mission. I twisted the stuffed animal around successfully 5 times, making do 5 cartwheels in a row. And as I did that, I could have sworn I heard my arm snap. I started to wail as a wave of pain crashed over me, with tears once again pouring down my face. My mother rushed to me as my father went outside the room to get one of the nurses. My mother scooped me up in her arms, and I pressed my head against her, wanting the pain to disappear. And surprisingly, it did, because obviously at 3 years old, I had superpowers. Suddenly, as the pain came, it went away. I immediately stopped crying, leaving my mother in confusion. Why did she stop crying? What happened? My father asked, returning with a nurse. My mother set me down on the cot, letting the nurse check my arm. The nurse prodded my arm, which still kind of hurt, by the way, before calling for the doctor. The nurse left and came back with the doctor, and he listened to what the nurse had observed. Then he proceeded to once again jab my arm, laughing slightly when he realized I had no pain. It seems like she popped her arm back into place when she was playing with that doll. She seems to have fixed it all by herself. I looked at the Hello Kitty in astonishment. I knew it had to be magical, as playing with it actually fixed my arm. That's it.
Hi, my name is Florence, and shout out to Mr. Anderson's first period class. As a person who aspires to be a poet, my goal in poetry is to bring out and draw raw emotions that humans constantly feel or choose to ignore. Whether it's the envious feelings of an individual or the holistic emotions between the love of a mother and their child, my ideals rest in the feelings that can be grasped in reality. So here I present to you poetry that I find within myself, but not just my own self, but there's a whole universe as it revolves around the motions of humanity and nature. We come together to live on a small, minuscule planet, yet tap into universal existences through our minds, thoughts, feelings, and actions. So here I dedicate a poem called A Mother's Love to my mom and all the moms out there. Dear Mom, I came back from school today and my time at school was actually worthwhile for once. Because instead of discussing quantum physics and chemistry and the structures that are contained within an atom that I still don't understand how people even thought to retain the movements of an electron or rigorous mathematical equations that pertain to the calculus of Sir Isaac Newton's discoveries in position, force, and everything in between. We discussed about love, and not just any love, but how powerful a mother's love for her child is by the celebration of Mother's Day. So what is love and its powers upon us human beings? And how much do you love me? Can your love fill a cup, or can it drown out the vast oceans and seas? Can your love protect me from the world filled of hatred surrounding me, as I see the days go by filled with complete and utter pain, as humans fight each other and murder in the name of gains? Is your love so strong that when you say it's okay, that I will never feel pain or the thorn of reality pricking me from the rose of life? Is it what keeps me going and smiling during the school day when my energy drains,
when I question upon the purpose of my existence? Can the love you have for me fill me to the point where I am never hungry or deprived of affection from this world? Just how much is your love, and how much will it measure up to? I know I'm your gift from God, but you are my caretaker from heaven. Since your touch feels so pure and warm as you put me to sleep after a tough day from school, and the ache on my shoulders from life weighing down on me. Is that why I feel the endearment as if the sun wrapped me with a blanket of its rays? Not too cold, not too hot, just a kiss of heat going from my heart to my entire body. So is your love for me a special bond that allows us to travel from moon to moon, all the way back to earth? And why does the guidance of a mother straighten almost every crooked path and smooth it out as if it was meant to be crossed? What is the brilliant instinct of a mother to her child that is called upon the beginning of pregnancy to the birth and to the growth of the child? I couldn't tell you a word that could express all that is to be a mother. Yet I know how it feels since I have a mother that loves me for who I am. So is it the warmth to all my days that are cold and filled with rain from the storms of life? I know for sure that it is a bond that between a mother and her child, because you and I know that a mother's love conquers all. Thank you.
First of all, oh my God. Like, Florence, you had me like crying and like tearing up, and everybody was just incredible. So let's just give them one more And so a real quick story. So I heard Aisha's before our little nursemaid's elbow, and I'm gonna need you for a second. I'm not gonna hurt you, but I also, speaking of like, I was crying at Florence's because I was thinking about my daughters, but like my daughter's 3 years old, also had nursemaid's elbow. So I'm gonna give you guys a minute to like think of questions while I tell this tangential story. But how many of you guys have had nursemaid's elbow, or even know what that is? Nope. Raise your hand. Is it Michael? Bowie?
You started to raise it, so.
Maybe it still has it. Maybe. Yeah, you are stuck. Michael is just staring daggers at you. But okay, so really quick, what it is, it's like your arm locks and you're in like terrible pain. So my daughter at daycare was like, you know, skipping around and like they were like throwing each other, you know, like as one does at daycare. And then all of a sudden we got this call that she had to come home because her elbow was like stuck. It hurt. And so we're like, okay, so we took her to the emergency room, and like one of our friends was working there, and so he, like we knew he was there, so we knew Dr. Brad was going to be like her savior. But all it is, come here, okay. So all it is that you have to do, if anyone gets a nursemaid's elbow, is that don't sue me if like you actually hurt somebody. Okay, so if you like hold it like this, turn it like this, and then this, and then that snaps it back into place. And it's like, your faces are, no, but like, it's like, my friend said that it's like the most magical, like the most amazing thing, because as a doctor, you think you're like, you know, like it's the most satisfying thing you can get, because usually it's like, you know, these crazy stories that people come into the emergency room, you can't fix it, but like, for this, you can fix it that. She also broke her arm twice after that, but like, that wouldn't be fixed with a quick snap. So yeah, bad parenting, I don't know, or, like, or bad daycare. Okay, so questions, what do you got? I know I saw Sean in here. Come on. Okay, I'll give you guys one more minute to think. Oh wait, no, Sean. Yes, Sean. What you got? Does Aish still have the animal? Is that your question, the Hello Kitty? Good question, Sean. Probably does, but stuck in the closet somewhere. Yes. Good question. What else you guys got for me? Good question. Arvin, what do you want to be asked? Okay. So here's a quick question for you guys. I'm going to warm you up with something, and then I might. Should we do the Roman Empire, or should we do the? Okay. Okay. So I got hit with the social media, but somebody told me about this thing that it's like they were asking people what's their Roman Empire. Which is like, what is something that you come back to a lot and you think about? And so mine would be fanboys, because every time I hear like a song, I'm like, fanboys, what do they do? You know, Jack, you know what I'm talking about. This Han, you know what I'm talking about. It's like, oh my
they do with this? And you'll see what they do with a lot of songs on Friday, but that's like my thing. Taylor Swift! New person, is it good? It is good, yeah. Okay, so
That's what you said.
is it? All right. Classic rock.
I would have to say probably Pitch Perfect because I feel like whatever.
Yeah.
I would say the Ishan S show.
I would say like McDonald's because my mom knows I love McDonald's, but it just reminds me of my childhood. So.
Follow up. What's your McDonald's order, Florence?
Okay, it's kind of hefty, but I really like a basket of fries with like a cheeseburger. So like a double cheeseburger, a basket of fries with like cheeseburger. Yeah.
All right.
I feel like mine, I said podcast, I'm always coming back to podcast, and I'm gonna go to the podcast Wednesday night, recordings, so it all comes together. But I also, my run at Epic Empire, and I feel like this is how I also relate to this, is whether or not I left my flat iron on. Right? Like it's always the circle back to that.
You got a reaction over there, though. What other questions you got for us before we finish up? Yes, Ali. Thank you. Arvin, Ali wants to know what's your perfect first date idea?
First of all, my perfect date would be Ali. That's it. I really good date, I guess it would be anywhere, but I guess 7-Eleven. That's
So the answer was just Ali, anywhere. What else we got? What? Oh, you, yes.
What do you get from 7-Eleven?
7-Eleven. Everybody though, right? I mean, we'll start with Arvin.
I guess I get like a Slurpee, I guess. With cherry.
What flavor?
We're good. Well, you can talk to him after. You can find out. What? How many of you is this your first writer's book? Can we hear it for our first writer's book?
Ali, back to you. How scared were you to present? You know, I'm terrified just of you.
You all are a great audience, so probably 10. I'm like really nervous, but you guys are all great.
I'd definitely say nervous, but like once I got out there, just
Definitely very nervous, but more excited than nervous over time. So.
Oh yeah, I was just nervous. I'm not excited.
I was pretty nervous. I don't like talking in front of crowds, but I just wanted to do it since it's senior year. So.
What am I saying? Okay, so our last question is what you're most excited for this Writers Week. Like next period, we got Go Bikes, Mr. Langer, and we have Mr. Kowalski on guitar. So what are you most excited for?
Excited about Fanboys on Friday.
Really excited about like the writer going to Tom's I've read like all of her books.
I'm pretty excited about like seeing the writers present, like definitely that voice.
I'm personally excited for Sierra the Boulder and their podcast.
Well, Isabel stole my answer, so.
I'm excited for Fanboys and also to see my other classmates from my team.
Thank you, audience. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We'll see
Hey guys, are you here for class? Hey, first two rounds today. Hey, I'm sorry.
I do.
Paper's not here. He's down there. Dallas wasn't here when you were yesterday. Dallas. Hey guys, can you actually move down like
And as people are filing in, if we could please find our seats quickly as possible. Just empty seats. I know you want to sit next to your bestie, but that may not be the case. For this hour, this is a loaded hour. So pretty please, with sugar on top, just get into a seat quickly so we can get started.
Colton, put it down. And then tell me what it's on. Tell me what it's on.
Again, if we could just find seats as quickly as possible. I know we have a jam-packed hour because of the two incredible speakers that we have today. Two men of very different stature. One is, of course, our principal, Mr. Langer, and the other is business teacher, Dave Strakowski. Striker. One is going to be sharing a tall tale, the other is going to be sharing a few short songs. So, if you could please, welcome to the stage, Principal Langer.
Thank you. My first bit of advice is don't get old. I need my glasses and I got really big funds. All right, here we go. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, this has to be one of the scariest things I've ever had to do. But Mr. Langer, you have to speak in front of students, parents, and teachers all the time. True, but speaking at Writers Week, this is intense. And not just any Writers Week, but Writers Week 30. Where was I in the spring of 1995 when all this started? I was wrapping up my own senior year of high school. And look at me now. I get to join the likes of over 1,000 Fremd students, more than 200 professional writers, and numerous faculty members who have through the years shared their writing and dazzled the students of Fremd High School and inspired Vikings to pick up a pen, pencil, keyboard, or iPad and write down their stories and ideas. No pressure, right? So when I was first asked by Mrs. Ank and Mr. Anderson to read something at Writers Week, I eagerly replied, yes. What do you want me to read? Do you want me to read some chapters from some of my favorite books, like So You Want to Be a High School Principal? Or School Law for Dummies? The two of them looked at each other and said, in Mrs. Ank's voice, oh no. We want you to read an original work, something with a bigger message. Maybe a time you made it through a struggle and learned from it. My stomach sank. Wait, you're giving me homework? I'm going to have to write an essay and then read it? Yes, they said. Of course, my next question was, how long does it have to be? Quality over quantity, they said. Don't worry, you'll do great. Let's just say thank goodness for late starts and shortened periods. Now, for those of you that don't know, I was a science teacher before becoming an administrator. I loved science and math. English, not so much. When a teacher used to assign a 5-page paper, I started off by expanding the margins and making the fonts bigger. But here we are, so what to talk about? I know some people talk about triumphs in their lives, or loss or pain. I decided to talk about my journey to where I am today. Maybe there are some people that are interested in that, maybe. The ups and the downs. You're going to learn some things about me that you probably never knew before, and in the end, I hope I will have passed something on to you. I apologize if at times it seems like I'm rambling or just spewing all of my thoughts out, because basically that's all I did. All right, here we go. I spent the first 6 years of my life growing up on the north side of Chicago. But just before entering elementary school, my parents moved to the small townhouse where my mom still lives today. They could barely afford it, but they wanted a place with excellent schools, just like how many of your families have moved into our boundaries. Although neither of my parents graduated from college, they knew the value of a good education and passed that value down to me. Both of them worked. My dad was a traveling salesman who I barely see Monday through Friday. My mom worked long hours as a manager in a dental office. I spent a lot of time before and after school care, and being an only child meant that the TV and my Nintendo quickly became my best friends. But it wasn't until much later in life that I truly appreciated all my parents' sacrifice did for me. My parents always pushed me to try new things and to get involved. Some of you may have heard this story, but I'm going to tell you again for those of you that haven't. Try an instrument, my parents said. So I picked out the most unique one that the band had to offer at tryout day, the bassoon. Now, being supportive is a trait of a good teacher. My music teacher back then may be the farthest thing from being a good teacher. I knew I wasn't a very talented musician, but I didn't think I was that bad, until my music teacher came up to me in the morning of the concert and asked me if my parents were coming. I enthusiastically said yes. He said, you're not good. But I'm going to let you sit on stage if you promise not to play a single note. To which I replied, deal. That night I jammed out on my bassoon, never making one single sound. My parents were so proud of me. After surviving junior high came high school. In high school, I was involved. I played football and wrestled and was involved in many clubs. I was also the sarcastic class clown in most of my classes who did well on tests but rarely did any homework. No, don't do homework is not the message I want to pass down today. But I wish I could go back and apologize to my senior year math teacher. Why, you all ask? Well, let me tell you. Like most high school students, I had friends in that class that I sometimes spent a little too much time talking to. One day, my teacher had had enough. She told me to go take another student's desk, so I of course complied. I walk over to where that student had just gotten out of their desk, proceeded to pick it up, and asked my teacher where she wanted me to take it to. Needless to say, she kicked me out of class. I also think I might have broken her. She then kicked out anyone that had left. You think that's funny? Get out. You're laughing? Get out. She was like Oprah Winfrey giving out cars, only she was kicking students out of class. When the dust settled, only 6 students finished that period. Please hear me. Giving your teacher a hard time is not the message I want to pass along down to you today. I spent the next 4 years of my life at the University of Illinois. The problem with college is that there are no parents telling you to do your homework, or Mr. Smith, Mr. Newmark, Mr. Farrell, or Mr. Nichols telling you to go to class. I was lucky that my high school had prepared me well for the academics of college, just like I hope we are doing for all of you. However, there are a few things that even a great high school can't prepare you for. The summer between my junior and senior year, me and a friend stayed in an apartment in Champaign to take summer school. At the end of the summer, we were ready to move out, and kind of cleaned up. However, it started raining really bad. Neither of us wanted to move in the rain, so we decided that we would come back in a few weeks to finish. We unplugged everything and went on our way. The only problem was that we forgot to clean out the fridge and freezer, and take the bag of chicken out from the freezer before unplugging it. When we returned the next week, it smelled so bad, and there were so many bugs crawling all over the freezer that we did what any responsible kid would do. We left it, and passed the problem down to someone else. When we returned to school a few weeks later, the fridge was on the front lawn being power washed by people in hazmat suits. Forfeiting the security deposit was well worth it. I didn't go to college to become a teacher. I actually worked in Bisco right out of school, where I made Oreos and Nutter Butters for a living. Thanks to my wife, who was a Spanish and French teacher at Kona High School, she convinced me to go back to school to become a teacher. I thought to myself at the time, this has to be the worst idea ever. How could someone like me, after everything you've heard about me so far today, become a teacher? Someone responsible for the future leaders of America, a model of young people's minds, a molder of young people's minds. But she was right. At my job, I liked teaching others. I liked working with others. I still had a passion for science. I was a leader, and many of my teachers in high school, not the ones I give a hard time to, said I should go into teaching. So I went to night school, got my teaching certificate, and was lucky enough to be hired at Palatine High School as a physics, chemistry, and neuroscience teacher and football coach. I still remember the first time I was in front of students. I was petrified. I think my voice cracked a dozen times, but I made it through it. And for the next 3 weeks, I killed it. I gave the best 1D motion lessons anyone in the history of teaching physics had ever given. And when it was time for the first test to come around, I thought to myself, how could everyone not get 100% on it? I ran the test with the Scantron machine, and for those of you that don't know how the old school Scantron machines worked, you would run through the test, it would make a loud noise as it marked any wrong answers on it. Well, it sounded like a war zone as the test started getting marked up. I was devastated. How did some people fail it? But I learned from it. I learned that not everyone had the same passion for motion, or PV equals NRT, or geology that I had. That every student was different, had to be treated differently, and learned differently. Each student came with their own experiences and story, and it was my job to meet them where they were. It was a very similar experience to my first day as a dean. The first student I ever had in my office was one that had already ditched 6 classes after only 2 days. We talked for around 20 minutes. I was giving him the pep talk of a lifetime. It was phenomenal. I inspired the heck out of that kid. And you know what he did the next period? He ditched. Again, I was crushed, but I go back to how every student is different and needs different means of motivation. After a little bit, I became an assistant principal and then switched schools to Conant, and eventually was blessed by being named the principal of one of the best schools in the country, Fremd High School. I was named your principal in February 2021, and just in case you don't remember, that was smack dab in the middle of COVID. Let's talk about our time with COVID for a bit. Not about the masks or the protocols. I want to tell you one more personal story. Growing up, I was always close with my dad. We fought a lot, and I mean a lot. I couldn't understand how he didn't see that I had it just as hard as him having to go to school as he had having to go to work. Sure, he had to walk to school in the snow, uphill both ways, but times had changed, and he couldn't possibly understand what it was like being a teenager growing up when I did, because it's not like he was ever one, or at least as cool of one as I was. He would always tell me school is but a short time in the grand scheme of life, and I never really knew what that meant until I started saying the same thing to my own kids when they wanted to argue with me. Even after all our back and forths as to who had it harder, he was my dad and I loved him. I knew of the sacrifices he and my mom had made to make me who I am. He was also very critical of everything I did, but in the end, he was super supportive. He was the one that went to as many games as he could when I was growing up, even though he was always traveling. He was the reason I am a diehard Sox fan. My dad was an Air Force veteran and was not a warm and fuzzy kind of guy. He actually hated most people, but he would do anything for my mom, me, and my family, and he loved his grandkids. After March of 2020 came, I barely saw my parents out of their fear of getting sick. The only time I would see them was when they needed something or I had to take my dad to an appointment that he couldn't take himself to. That July, after taking him to one of those appointments, he was diagnosed with colon cancer. At his next appointment, we were given a choice by his team of doctors: have a surgery or do nothing and maybe get 6 months together. Me and my mom and my dad had a difficult decision to make. And after going back and forth more times than I could count, we ultimately landed on doing the surgery. So one August morning, I picked him up and dropped him off at the hospital. Because of COVID protocols, I wasn't allowed to go in with him. So I went to work and went about my day as best I could. Luckily, the surgery went well, and after a few days, he was moved to a recovery facility. But that's when things took a turn and was moved back to the hospital. Again, with COVID restrictions in place, I was only allowed to visit for an hour a day, which makes you have to be strategic on when you use that 1 hour. That Saturday, I was planning on going over in the evening. My dad called early in the morning to let me know he was doing okay. It was a little out of the ordinary for him to do that, but I didn't think too much of it at the time. A few hours later, he called again, and again he said he was doing okay, but if something did happen, to take care of Mom. This started making me a little nervous. I reassured him that he was going to be okay, that I would be seeing him later that day. A few hours later, another call, this time asking me to take a picture of the grass that he had planted just before going into the hospital. This may seem like a weird request to most people, but not for my dad. So I went over to my parents' house to take the picture when I got another call. This time, he wanted to tell me that he wanted to pass down his license plate to me. Some people pass down family heirlooms, but not in the Langer household. Apparently, we pass down license plates. There's a 4-number plate and one of his most prized possessions, so I said sure, and again reassured him that everything was going to be okay and that I loved him very much. However, even though I kept telling him that everything was going to be okay, I started worrying. A few more hours went by and I didn't get a call from him. I thought maybe he was sleeping. I mean, typically, he didn't call every few hours, so maybe we were going back to normal. But then I got a call from the nurse that I needed to come to the hospital right away. When I arrived, he was sleeping, and within 15 minutes, he was gone. We had a small service, and he was cremated. I went back to the cemetery by myself a few days later, put his ashes in a vault, and then went back to work. My dad was always proud of me. He had weird ways of showing it, but I know that he was. He was never disappointed, and he never set ridiculous expectations or put pressure on me, except the last 2 years when he kept saying that all he wanted was to see me become a principal, which I was named only a few months later. So now you know more about your principal than you probably ever wanted to. But what's the overall message? Is not go torment your teacher if you want to be a high school principal. What I guess I want to leave you with is take advantage of the opportunities you have, because they may not always be there. Like my dad always said, school is but a short time in the grand scheme of life. You may not have chosen to attend Fremd High School, but you have amazing opportunities here to prepare yourself for whatever you choose to do when you ultimately leave here. And I wake up every morning proud as all hell to be your principal. Thank you.
Give him one more round of applause. And now Mr. Strzykowski is going to jam for you for a little bit.
Test.
All right, guys. So, introductions were already made, but let me reintroduce myself. My name is Dave Strykowski. I'm a business teacher here at Fremd High School. Special shout out to my accounting 1 class. So, when I learned I was going to have the opportunity to be able to come here and do something for Writers Week, definitely took advantage of the opportunity. This is the first time I'll be playing in front of people in like 15 years, so it's been quite a while. But let me give you a little bit of background, like story of music-wise, and then I'll get into playing a couple of tunes. So the reason I wanted to come here today was to talk about how music has been an important part of my life, and even though, as you will learn, I'm by no means a professional, it is something that I love to do as a hobby, and something that I do pretty much every day when I go home from school. So a lot of us think teachers live in the schools, at least that's what I thought when I was your age. But when we go home, we actually do things, and we have families, and we have hobbies, and things of that nature. So this is one of my hobbies that I've had. So I write music, and I actually record music. I have like a little put together studio at my house, with a bunch of little stuff, that I've collected over the years to allow myself to record music and do that essentially on my own. So over the last 10 years, I really haven't played acoustic guitar a whole lot, but one of the coolest things about 2 years ago, now I had a son 2 years ago, almost to the day, so he's almost 2 years old. His birthday is February 10th coming up. But one of the neat things that he brought to me and our family was that I was able to start playing again. So the only instrument that I was really able to play in my house, can't do drums, can't do piano, can't do things that are really loud, so I would play acoustic. And it had been a long, long time since I played, so I picked it up again. I would play all the time, and I learned a bunch of songs that I thought I would never be able to learn, and then in the process also created a few as well. So my plan is I'm going to start out by playing you guys a tune by an artist that I followed for a really long time. This is one of those songs that was on my bucket list to learn, and again, when my son was born, that's what gave me the motivation to actually go ahead and learn it. It's a song that this artist particularly wrote to try to get people's attention, because when he started out first, he would play in small clubs, even I think bookstores and things of that nature, and it was really a song designed to get attention. And I've done a lot of research on this song. I've probably listened to it somewhere around, I'm not joking, 5,000 times, if not more than that, to try to figure it out. And so this is one of the songs that has influenced me the most as an artist, and it's called Neon by John Mayer.
Sky blue gets dark enough to see the colors of the city lights. A trail of ruby red and diamond white gets her like a sunrise. She comes and goes like no one can. Tonight she's out to lose herself, find a hike on Peachtree Street, mix strings to techno beats. It's always happy into everything. She comes and goes, she comes and goes like no one can. She comes and goes and no one knows. She savage from my hands. She's always buzzed just like neon, 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 neon. Who knows how long, how long, how long she can go before she burns away. I can be her angel now. It's not my place to hold her down. And it's hard for me to take a stand when I would take her anywhere I can. She comes and she goes like no one can. She comes and she goes. She's slipping through my hands. She's always buzzing just like neon, 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 neon. Who knows how long, how long, how long she can go before she burns away. Before she burns away. The next song that I'm going to play for you guys is another song that I heard a lot as a kid. I probably heard it the first time, I think it came out in 1999, but I didn't really start listening to it until the early 2000s, around when I was in high school, between 2002 and 2006. So this next song is a song by a group who originally, the person who wrote this musically, on the guitar, was actually going to give this lick to another band, and he was writing it for somebody else. And based on what I learned about the song was that somebody in his band stopped him from doing that. And so they used the lick, and then the lyrics that they wrote to it are about making decisions and living life not based on fear, doing things that just will come to you naturally, and making sure that you make the most of every moment, and just take advantage of every opportunity possible. And so this is a song, it's by a band called Incubus, if you've ever heard of them, and it's called Drive. around and I should be the one remaining high the wheel. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there with open arms and open eyes, yeah. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. Well, I'll be there. So if I decide to win my chance to be one of the hive, would I choose water over wine and hold my own and drive? Is there maybe before that seems to be the way that everyone else gets around? And lately I've begun to find when I drive myself, my life is found. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there with open arms and open eyes, yeah. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. Well, I'll be there. Oh no, no. Oh no, 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 no. Would you choose the water over wine? Hold the wheel and drive. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there with open arms and open eyes, yeah. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there.
So I'm only got 5 minutes left. This last song I'm going to play. This is actually a song I wrote inspired by all the music that you've heard me play today. And I wrote this for my son, my wife, as it was getting closer to his first birthday. So this is a song, it's called Having Us a Time.
Such a time ahead. All the plugs we'll make while we're causing trouble then. Little do they know, all the games we're playing will help us learn and grow. And the look up in your eyes always tells the same old story. And you smile like the way you do when you try to laugh it off, like we've done a million times before. Cause we're having us a time again, oh yeah. Together look for her, so we laugh and grin, trying not to say a word. Together look again, and she can't help but to laugh and join right in. And the look up in her eyes always tells the same old story. And she smiles like the way you do when you try to laugh it off, like we've done a million times before. Cause we're having us a time again, oh yeah. And I know that you know that we won't take a single moment for granted. And you know that we know that we're not wasting any time at all. You look up in our eyes, always tells the same own story. And you smile like the way you do when you try to laugh it off, like we've done a million times before. Cause we're having us time again, oh yeah. Cause we're having us the time again, oh yeah.
Thank you very much. We're almost out of time. So if you guys have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. But otherwise, we'll be out here in like a minute or two.
Where did you get it? No, as soon as I was about to do it. No, as soon as I was about to do it. Yeah. No, you're not.
I could go down
I was up on that table, and like everybody started clapping.
Wait, I don't know how to touch Guess what? I went to a class this I can't do that.
Briefly, quick shout out to my third hour AP Lane class. Welcome to day 2 of Writers Week. We just wanted to say thank you to the boosters. So if you know that your parents are part of the boosters, say thank you across the dinner table, or give them a thumbs up, or mumble a thanks, whatever you do. Also, tomorrow we have a special podcast for the Just Break Up podcast. That's tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Make sure you show up. It's going to be an interesting time. A lot of fun discussions to be had with Sierra DeMolder, who will be here later on tomorrow. Real quick, let's give a quick thank you to the tech crew. Without them, we can't hear or see this show. And real quick, how many of you know a student or a friend of yours that's presenting today? Raise your hand if you know someone that's presenting today. Or this whole week, let's just say this whole week. How many of you know somebody that's presenting this whole week? All right? So, make sure that you are being appreciative of your presence and cheer as loudly for that classmate that you don't know as much as you're going to cheer for the friend that you do know. All right? That's what Writers Week is all about, so make sure you get that going, all right? Today, we have some great student writers, and first up, we have Ashlyn Riddle.
Hi everybody, my name's Ashlyn, if you don't know me. I'd first like to shout out to Miss Mosher's third period class. And I'm going to be reading my college essay. My pen name was Algebra Carter. This was an ironic choice by my 7-year-old self, because while I dove headfirst into every writing opportunity I could get my hands on, math eluded me. To know me is to know what fascinates me, and nothing has captured my attention like writing. Writing has been a constant in every stage of my life, from milestones like self-publishing 3 novels, to smaller achievements like speaking at my library's local author fair. It's been the catalyst for important lessons in real life, including persistence, risk-taking, and collaboration. My writing journey began when I was young, and I never went anywhere without my battered MacBook. It was the host to my creative whims, holding my memories, fingerprints, and affection. Whether it was jotting random details like, these characters bond over Cocoa Puffs, or dialogue snippets like, you're embarrassed to talk to that guy? He talked about Jamba Juice for like an hour. I was never without my computer sidekick. While working on my second book, I undertook the grueling agony of editing, aka rewriting. When I thought my newer skills could do my old ideas more justice, I rewrote my 80,000-word draft from scratch. The final word count was 107,000. It felt fresh, tailored, and more like me. Immeasurable pride washed over me when I held my book in my hands. Endless nights of studying pacing strategies, fight scene cheat sheets, and reading scenes aloud had finally come to fruition. Being a successful writer, I realized, depends on taking risks. Originally, this was daunting. To me, writing is sacred. Sharing it is like bearing my soul to strangers. I hovered over the submit button for a contest I'd chosen, ready to vomit. What ifs hurtled through my head? What if they rejected me? What if they hated it? But to write is to face rejection. I squeezed my eyes shut and clicked. Risk-taking also means public speaking. For someone with social anxiety, a fight to the death would have scared me less. During my book release party, I couldn't talk without my hands trembling. That day, I didn't look at the crowd of 100 people staring at me expectantly. Instead, I looked at what I'd accomplished. My sense of achievement brings me courage that carries me through every speaking adventure. The most challenging part of writing isn't my prose. It's the email collaboration with my editors, illustrators, and graphic designers. Wrangling the beast of publishing demanded a new skill, directing adults as someone much younger. Initially, I sat frozen, barely able to type an email subject line. If I'm able to write an entire novel, why can't I ask my editor to flag whenever I use passive voice? So, I practiced. Asking my illustrator for a grayscale version of the cover? No sweat. Telling my graphic designer to alter the dust jacket? That was fine. Fun, even. Once I realized I was perfectly qualified to work with adults, I became less intimidated by them. This fall, my collaboration skills were tested while I assisted my elementary school drama teacher as he prepared current students to present my second novel on stage. As my writing grew and changed, so did I. It shaped how I view the world. My suburban bubble broadened as I researched cultures to develop characters. Studying dialogue broke the mode of how I spoke, for once speaking as someone else. Pouring over personal stories and blogs gave me perspective I can get elsewhere. For my most recent novel, I shed my pen name for my real one. I'll do the same with my nearly finished 100,000 word draft, which I plan to publish in college. Algebra Carter helped me become who I am today. Without her, I wouldn't be Ashley Riddle, storyteller both to my little brothers and Amazon customers I'll never meet, fighting to conquer math if it's the last thing I do. Thank you.
Next up, we have Pithania.
Hi everyone, my name is Pithania. Shout out to Mrs. Ang's third period. I'm going to be sharing a poem I wrote in response to the journal prompt, what do people forget but should remember? And it's called Now. We know we want the gold medal, though it may seem out of sight. Foot firmly on the gas pedal, working hard, day and night. We do things because we have to, and complain when things aren't right. But we often forget why we do all these things with all our might. Seeing happiness as a destination that we all hope to reach one day. We dedicate the present to preparation to achieve a future with no dismay. But if the present is for the future, are we not then living for tomorrow and not today? The present is the greatest present one can have. So be here and be present. You will never again get this moment. Be the radiant sun that chooses warmth every day. Be the elegant wind that blows carefree into the vast oceans and moonlit skies with such grace. Be the sweet laughter that turns a bad day into a good one. There's not a single rainbow in the sky without a little rain. Yet it chooses to smile wide across the sky without a pain. Be the light in the darkness and the comfort in the sadness. Be anything you want to be, but don't forget to be you. You don't want to look back and think, I forgot to live a little. Life's not measured by how many breaths you take. Life's not at all measured by how many breaths you take, but by the moments that take your breath away. So fill your heart with laughter, without a single worry of what comes after. Push through the sweet and sour, and embrace your inner power, because you always have right now in your hands. Thank you.
Next up, we have Frankie.
Yeah, Frankie!
Hi, I'm Frankie. I will be interpreting because my friend's in the audience right now. Language is my greatest achievement. The satisfaction of interpreting my kindergarten field trip forms to my mom from English to Spanish. Translating became second nature. Learning to build verbal bridges between my mom and my teachers. Adapting to the structure of language, deconstructing and reconstructing subject, verb, noun to noun, verb, subject. Raised in foreign language and surrounded by foreign culture, whistling pots of familiar aromatic notes of salsa, tortillas, and carne asada filled my lungs. Caribbean, salsa, music, loud neighbors colored the background of my English explanations to my mom. Explanations of my homework assignments turned out to be complete contradictions. My mom was just as lost as I was, left in the shadow casted by English. Determined to overcome this, by 5th grade I was proficient in both languages, exposed to French in 5th grade, learning greetings and sentences, forming complex sentences in German by 10th grade. Finally, being able to fully interpret a conversation in sign language by 12th grade. Sign language is a symphony of the body. Hands conduct meaning, while the tongue orchestrates pronunciation. Facial expression visually stress emotions. From conceptually accurately signed English to ASL with its own grammar and interpretation. Fascination forced me to exercise my tongue, the most flexible muscle in the body, contorting arterioles from Spanish to articulating gratitude and safety for those in need. The gift of communication welcomes new opportunities. Every language learned aided in job applications. I have constructed yet another verbal bridge, not out of necessity to survive, but out of necessity to live. Thank you.
Savannah?
Yes, Savannah!
Hello, I'm Savannah Corte, and I'd like to shout out Mrs. Marsh's third period class. Today I'm presenting what I call fifth grade love. When I was younger, I dreamt of having a Prince Charming that was devoted to me, a Prince Charming that would save me from all my troubles, a Prince Charming that would make my life a happy ever after. The only problem was there was no real Prince Charmings, so I had to settle for the next closest option, fifth grade boys. I had laid my eyes on this one boy. He was funny, he put the basketballs away, and he could hit the door header with his hand. He was perfect. So perfect that I decided I would write a secret love letter to him, and I have kept this love letter just so I can read it to you all today. The letter says, "Dear Crush, I have something to tell you, but I'm scared. I'm scared of the rejection I know is true. I'm scared that I'm not worth it because you are so amazing. But the thought goes away when you smile at me like I'm special. I don't see that smile anymore because we're in different classes now. I've had so many questions. What if? What would it be like? All of these questions bring me down. When we talk, I feel like the whole world is just you and me. What I'm trying to say is, I love you, even though I know you don't like me back. And if you really want to know who I am, I then drew a Pikachu as the first clue, because he liked Pokemon. This secret love letter was supposed to be sent at the end of the school year. That way I wouldn't have to see him after the possible devastating rejection. But as the year passed, my feelings for him slowly faded away. That, and because he stopped putting the basketballs away. So, unfortunately, I will never find out if he truly liked me back or not. On the brighter side, I avoided what could have been my most embarrassing childhood memory, because I'm pretty sure the whole grade knew I liked this boy. Thank you. The next person up is Amelia.
Hello, my name is Amelia. I wrote a poem. I didn't really have a title for it, but yeah. I hate him. I hate his perfect angel eyes. I hate that he doesn't go to the school. I hate that he doesn't reply. I hate that he's so pretty. I hate the feeling I get when I see him, because I've never felt that way before. I hate the way he looks at me without saying anything. I hate how it feels that he doesn't care. I hate that he knows. I hate that he doesn't do anything about it. I hate that he's so perfect. I hate his stare. I hate the way he smiles. I hate the way he makes me smile. I hate that he's always in my mind. I hate the way he says goodbye without saying it. I hate that I don't hate him. I hate that I like but not love him. I hate the mixed messages. I hate that I'm not sure. I hate that I fell for him, because who would fall for him? I hate that I'm not the poet. I hate that I'm the poet and he's the poem. I like him, but do I love him? Thank you.
me. Yeah. Shout out to Ms. Morano's third period. I'm sharing 2 pieces of mine, one of which is a part 2 from last year's. I wrote this during English class, so enjoy. This is called I Am Born Part 2. Right. I am from sunglasses, from Listerine and chlorine. I am from the accumulated pile of laundry sitting in the narrow entrance of my closet, it acting as a representation of my mental state. Deep, dark. It smelled like saturated desperation and self-inflicted agony. I am from the 4-leaf clovers that lie in the grass of Auntie's spacious backyard. I'm from Christmas movies and determination and hard work. From Roebuck and Inchachapa, I'm from the short-tempered and the humble. From don't rush to grow up and start taking initiative. I'm from everything is possible with God and walk by faith and not by sight, the foundation that molded my entire being. I'm from Denver, CO, and of Hebrew descent, from peanut butter and oatmeal, from the aching pains of gastritis my father endured at age 16, the cultural shock my mother experienced when she first arrived to the States. Photos with youth as the theme, hidden in the dusty armoires of my mother's bedroom, contained an album with aging as the marinade, reminiscing over memories produced by elegant trinkets of simplicity. My next piece is superficiality. I never understood why superficiality in terms of social interactions have been normalized as a means of entering a conversation. People have been focused on insignificant things with the help of social media to where those things become the main topic of conversation. Due to conforming tendencies of humans, a majority of people seek external validation to where they don't have a sense of self. I talk with people around me, and a lot of people's outlooks on life are similar, if not the same. The information being presented is just regurgitated from something someone else said. Composing original thoughts nowadays is rare, because people don't want to learn who they are and what they stand for. They don't want to get deep, so deep to where their physical selves can no longer fathom what there is to ponder over, but in fact it resonates with the soul in some capacity. Instead, the herd mentality is something that has been easily adapted in our world. People's formed opinions are based on ideas and thoughts that aren't their own. And even if it is, it doesn't encompass them as an individual or what they're about. A lot of the time, they don't even understand what they're talking about, nor comprehending what's being said for that matter. They're so blinded by their deceptions, they can't even see what they're saying is nonsense. Thank you. Is Hadra.
Hello everyone, my name is Hadra Sajaval, and before I present my Writers Week, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Dawson's 3rd period AP Lang class. And a shout out to all the teachers who helped me put this together and who stayed back after school. You guys were the best. For my Writers Week, I decided to do a little movie based on the idea. Can I get a little drum roll? Reality TV. I got this idea during COVID. I had a fascination, a fixation on reality TV. It puts a smile, so I thought, why not do it? But I don't want to spoil it even more. So before I present, I just want to give a little warning. None of the people in this actually act like this. We exaggerated everything for your guys' entertainment. So I hope you enjoy. Enjoy.
Them and their parents happiness. Safety for the future. And they were so right.
High school is a small place. You make one person mad, you made the whole group mad.
You know how much my family suffered? How could you keep that away from me?
How was I supposed to let you know? You just keep talking. You just love to yap.
This is not true. We were talking about our family and I opened up, unlike you, who was lying.
It's so hard being a high school student. I mean, there's classes to pass, requirements to meet.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Plus, if it's too hard of a challenge, I mean, you can just take a study hall. I don't understand why Layla complains all the time. Deli, can you help me out with this?
Girl, that's 2 plus 2. It was so hard. I was going through so many obstacles. I had practice and I had driving lessons, and worst of all, I missed 2 days of school. Girl, there's Schoology. Tell me the real reason why you want to drop chemistry.
She literally dropped Cat.
Your class.
Who was laughing at me?
No, like, really bad.
You know what? I'm done. I'm done with this whole show, Naomi. What do you mean? You can't leave now. I'm looking at your transcripts.
Ari was projecting a lot, like a whole lot. I mean, all that negative energy, I wouldn't be surprised if she made the culinary projectors not project anymore. I mean, look, they don't even turn on anymore.
Yeah, if you mess this up, there will be no 100 bands for you to get, Deli.
Was that a joke? Because it wasn't funny. Like, at all. You're trying to make a name for yourself. I mean, after she stole your mom's spotlight, someone happened to do it.
What? How do you know my mom? And how do you know about the cafe?
What'd you get on that math test today? I got an 89. What about you? I got a 92 because I answered the extra credit question. Okay. Anyway. I answered the extra credit question, which is basically just about, like, slopes. Hey!
Okay, I'll say that again. That isn't a good role model.
But I don't want to mess up our friendship because of my family's business. Hers out. And if she finds out, she's going to overreact. And that's going to be a
I'm sorry for all the drama that I've caused. I wasn't being mighty brave and bold. There are bloopers that was at the end, but I don't know if we have enough. Do we have enough time? I do want to say though, there's an alarm that goes off. It's not real. If you were there on the Tuesday that the fire alarm went off after school, yeah.
How was I supposed to let you know? You just keep talking. You just love to yap. That's not true.
Oh my god.
At least I studied. Happiness and safety for the future.
I just messed up. But I don't think you're flexible. Say hello. I'm sorry, Carl.
Me and Naomi have been hanging out lately in a friendship apartment. Yeah, I just improvised that at that time. I improvised it.
Let's give one more round of applause for everyone. So we have some time for questions, but I'm going to start with a question because I have the microphone. So, my question is, what is your favorite line or moment from your piece? Okay, what is your favorite line or moment from your piece? Are you ready?
My favorite line from my poem was saying that I created another verbal bridge to like live instead of to like have to survive off of like being in that situation. It's first gen. Yeah.
I think my favorite line was towards the end where I said I wasn't being mighty buried from gold because my character was supposed to be like a show host who's creating drama, so her movie show, like her TV show, would do well. So that's my favorite. Mine would be like the last line in my first piece. Apparently, I have a theme. I wrote this like last year, and it was unintentionally intentional. But the last line is, photos with youth as the theme hidden in the dusty armoires of my mother's bedroom, contained in an album with aging as the marinade, reminiscing over memories produced by elegant trinkets of simplicity. And like the theme is like simple moments mean the most to people, like just simple things. And like the course of like my piece, I was mentioning items, but those items had like memories attached to them. So there's the simplest things that mean the most.
My favorite part probably was when I was talking about risk-taking, meaning public speaking, and how a fight to the death would have scared me less than speaking in front of people, which I think is kind of ironic given the situation. My favorite line from my poem is, "The present is the greatest present one can have."
My favorite line is, "When we talk, I feel like the whole world is just you and me."
My favorite line is that I hate that I'm the poet and he's the poem.
Do any of you have any questions for the folks that are up here? Yes, go ahead. What are your zodiac signs? Are there any Sagittariuses in here? There we go. All right, your zodiac sign, here we go.
I'm a Cancer.
I'm a Sagittarius.
I'm a Sagittarius.
I'm a Taurus.
Pisces.
I'm a Capricorn.
Sagittarius. And I'm Mr. Dawson. Any other questions? Yeah, give it up for Zodiacs. Woo! Question over here? Yeah. Sure, so during the video when you were running down the hallway at the end, was that intentional? Was that part of the script, or did that just happen randomly?
Not me personally, but the two girls who are Jade Hicks and Sophia Franz, give it up to them. That was intentional, and then I wanted to scare them at the end, just for fun, so I ran after them.
All right, any other questions? Yes. What did you just say? His skincare routine? All right. Because your face is just so brilliant right now. I mean, look at this.
I wash my face. I do smother myself in either Vaseline or Aquaphor. So yeah.
I've never heard that question at Writers Week, and I've been here 13 years. Yes! What inspires you to write your piece? We'll start down over here. What inspires you to write your piece?
Well, I was kind of angry at the person I wrote this for, but yeah, I just kind of wrote it in the moment.
My love letter is kind of like my favorite thing to randomly pull out for my friends. So it was like, what's the easiest thing to embarrass myself for? So pulled it out.
What inspired me is just that, like, my friends know that I'm like a philosophical person, so of course my poem had to be philosophical.
Kind of what inspired me is writing's been such a big part of my life, and it's kind of what sets me apart from most people, so I just decided to write about what makes me myself.
I just write how I feel. The second piece I literally wrote last night, but I just write inspiration struck. But like, I just write what I'm passionate about.
Pure boredom. I was like obsessed with reality TV shows over COVID, and now I still am, so.
Mine was about a first-gen experience and my mom, and then also shout out to Miss Bill here because she inspired me like heavily to write it about languages and about cultural inclusion. So yeah.
One more question. Any other questions that we got? Let's try and get somebody new. Is there any other hands up? Yeah, up top. Yeah. Wait, say that again? Do you still know your crush? You do not have to answer this question if you don't want to.
Yes, I do, and I cannot say his name because he goes to the school.
Let's end there. All right. Who could it be? Give them a round of applause. Thank you. And we will see you tomorrow. What's that?
All right, Jamie, all right. Whoa! What? Great job. Good representation our class got up there today. I mean, it's really because of our class, obviously. We've been together for a long time. What else? Thank you. crazy. It's on mute. We're in Doris. Yeah, but taking it loud.
Actually, if you want, you can live with the testing, and then we can go back to the you just find us in this row at the lower part. Okay. At the very low part. This way. First row. If you want to.
Oh.
Actually, I kind of want to go with it.
Dude, can you see the, okay, seriously stop.
Yeah. That girl, blue girl, like whatever, sitting to the far right, that was literally our DM. Remember? Remember the girl who's sitting to the far right?
I didn't get you until right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. I know you.
Also, Gia, I'm so happy. I don't know why. Because Andrew got grabbed, so that's why I was on his if we haven't, why are you well, it's not
Wait.
so nice the headphone noise. We can just pull. Oh, we're cutting off hope.
I'll be back.
people. So boosters, if you have a booster parent, thank you. It's really hard to get all of this together. English teachers, Gina, and Russ Anderson, tech crew up there, thank you. Did I hear a boo?
Also, if you are like us, loving this and wanting more, because Daytime Writers Week isn't enough Writers Week, Ms. O.D., what can we do about that?
Well, Wednesday, there's a little thing at night, 7 o'clock in the auditorium called Just Break Up. It's a podcast that Sierra DeMolder and Sam Blackwell.
Is that Sierra DeMolder?
Yes, Sierra DeMolder. And so it's not just about relationships, it's identity, mental health, family stuff. So there's a lot of different topics that they discuss. You can throw out a question, they might even answer your question.
And that's going to be a live recording.
And a live recording in Colsey Auditorium, which is the auditorium.
And is it money? Is it going to cost me?
No, it's free.
No.
But I mean, if you have some suggested,
Donation?
Donate $5 or $1.
Well, so if I had $1 right now, is there anything I could do?
Well, you are in luck because we have been using our students to make some free labor. So some bracelets here. So if you can see, we got some fanboys bracelets, Writers Week bracelets, and people like the caramel apple pops. So we got some of those. What, $1?
Yeah, so at the end of the hour, we'll have those, and again tomorrow. So if you didn't bring $1 today, bring $1 tomorrow if you want. Thank you in advance. We see you sending that last snap and then putting your phones away. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for being a wonderful audience and for continuing to be a wonderful audience for our Writers Week 30 student panel.
And we have an incredible range of students here today, and Sarah Bloom is our first student, so everybody welcome Sarah Bloom to the stage.
Okay, hi, my name is Sarah. I'm from Miss Libby's 4th hour, so shout out to you guys. I initially wrote this piece as an English assignment, but I had fun with it, so I thought I'd kind of make it longer and submit it. And it doesn't really have a title, but I feel like arch nemesis kind of fits. You'll see why. Okay. The thing that I hate the most, my greatest adversary, my arch nemesis, is the alphabet. Ever since the days of spelling tests in elementary school, I have hated having to spell. And it was to the point where most mistakes I made on tests were all spelling errors. I constantly spell things wrong even on math tests. I don't think spelling can get any worse than that. And while I'm proud to say my spelling has improved, it's not exactly great. And I've always thought this issue with my spelling was contradictory because I enjoyed writing so much, especially when I was younger, still taking those weekly spelling tests. I wrote so many of my own little stories in 4th and 5th grade, yet I would always still get out first in the first round of this yearly spelling bee. One of the first clear memories of elementary school I still have is my misspelling of the word pyramid in that first round. And while I don't exactly remember how I spelled it, I'm pretty sure I put an E in there somewhere. And despite this, I still somehow got into the highest level of spelling test group that year. I'm still of the opinion my 4th grade teacher did that solely to mess with me. And as much as I wish I left this issue behind me in elementary school, it has unfortunately followed me all the way to high school, as any good arch nemesis would, which has resulted in my horrible spelling trailing me for years on end. Past my abundance of spelling errors, another aspect of my hatred has made itself clear through my many instances of misreading things. There have been so many times in my life where I didn't read something right and had no excuse as to why, which only adds to my loathing. The best example of this is the chemistry test I took on stoichiometry last year, where I earned a 70% solely because I was solving for the wrong units of measurement. The math I was able to do correctly, but I solved for moles instead of grams and vice versa for almost half the test, only because I read the units incorrectly. This felt so ironic to me because of course the thing that I liked doing so much, reading, failed me when I actually needed it to work for me. I spent half my freshman year geometry class split screening the notes I took with Sora, reading through random books I found, and have been caught many times having a book pulled out when I'm supposed to be doing schoolwork. And yet, when I needed to read a single word correctly on a chemistry test, I couldn't do it. Honestly, now it's more funny than frustrating, but these moments have cemented my disdain for the alphabet.
These types of things happen to me so consistently that I was convinced there must be something wrong with my vision. So I convinced my mom to schedule me an eye exam for the first time in at least a decade. And after the 45-minute appointment, the doctor confirmed that I indeed still have 20/20 vision. It is just a problem with me and the universe's insistence that I see this nemesis of mine everywhere I go, and not an actual issue with my vision or reading ability. Maybe my actual enemy should be reading, but I don't think I could ever say I truly hated it. I mean, it would feel disingenuous after skipping many school events to go to things like book tours instead. Somehow, my love of reading has usurped my glaring hatred to the letters that make up the English language, but that's besides the point. Anyway, the alphabet hates me, and I hate the alphabet.
Up next is Sophia.
Hi, I'm Sophia. Shout out Mr. Anderson's 4th period class. So my sophomore year, I performed a piece at my first Writers' Week in the form of a letter I wrote to myself. So for my last Writers' Week, I decided I wanted to share another letter, this time in the form of a poem addressed to my sister on how the concept of connection changes with physical distance. Dear big sister, on your next birthday, I will be in college. And for your next birthday, I will still hopefully be in college. And on your birthday 10 years from now, maybe I will be across the country, or you'll be across the country. For our entire lives, we were converging, and now we're diverging. Soon, I think it's unlikely that we will ever live in the same house ever again. And I think about the times you put my head down and made me look away from things you shouldn't have seen, the things you remember that I fortunately don't. I think about how I used to come and sit in your room, and we would say nothing, but the silence was full, and at least you were there. Sometimes I forget you're in the room with me amidst the silence, and then I look up and realize that you've been sitting there all along, and I'm reminded that I am real, and I am human. Sometimes we'd be sitting in silence, and you'd look at me and say, one of us will have to go to the other's funeral. And we sit there for a moment, and then we resume our silence, not letting the thought linger. You punched me in the face once, over something stupid, I guess, but this is a reminder that I still have one punch on you, and you better not let your guard down. Or maybe I'm waiting for your wedding, because that would be funny. You did my makeup for my first prom. We were laughing so hard that you had to yell at me to keep my face still, and I'd giggle with my eyes shut as you painted my face, and it's almost like we were playing with dolls again. You know how we do that sibling thing, or when you have a piece of food to share, one of you cuts it in half and the other chooses what half they want in order to make it as fair as possible? You obviously were the one to split it, but I noticed that sometimes you would give me the bigger piece on purpose without saying anything. Do you remember that one time that our mother got us matching sisters by chance, friends by choice bracelets? And we thought that was pretty lame, so instead we went to the artisan market and gifted each other matching bracelets of the Mati, the eagle eye, which is supposed to protect against evil, so maybe we feel like we're protecting each other somehow from thousands of miles away. We like to watch stupid TV. When you come back, we still have sleepovers watching old movies into the late hours of the night as we sleep on couches and take turns eating ice cream from the same pint. You cried to the Croods, that animated movie about the cavemen, the part of the movie where the world is ending and the dad tries to sacrifice himself for the daughter, and I laughed at you. At least that time, the hours between dusk and dawn belongs to us, when it feels like our time has left us. And I think about the times I've almost lost you, and I don't really know what I do because I see you everywhere like I already do sometimes, in the mirror when you're not there. It must be so weird to be an older sister, like you're across the country, and you took my third favorite shirt with you, and I'm going to yell at you for it. But you took a much bigger part of me with you, too. At first, when you left, I couldn't tell who I was or where I was going, and somehow I felt like my chest has gone concave, leaving a space that feels like when you run your tongue over a space of a freshly lost tooth or running your hands through your hair after a haircut. Yes, something is gone, but seedlings are beginning to grow in its place, and we are becoming different trees. Thank you for my roots. From your little sister. Give it up for Mary.
Ms. Morano's fourth period class. Rated seventh period. I have two pieces I'm reading today, and my second one has a trigger warning, so I'll let y'all know when I start that one. Black hair. It's not something to touch, to pet. It's something to glorify. The versatility alone is astounding. Box braids, cornrows, weaves, wigs, long, short, red, black, blue, green. You can do anything and everything with it. Make it so long, it kisses the ground we walk on. Make it so short, we can make waves. Others mock us for our nappy hair, but try everything in their power to simply make theirs wavy. Having to answer the same questions from different people can get tedious as well. How do you do that? Lots of practice. How long does it take? Longer than you think. Why don't you do your hair like that all the time? Because it takes so much time, effort, and money. Doing our hair can take anywhere from $200 to $900, which is part of the reason we don't want you petting us like we're animals at a zoo, other than the fact that it can take longer than a whole school day to do from start to finish. They say beauty is pain, and this beauty took years to perfect. The trials and errors it took to perfect the techniques and products. Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh, this beauty, it said that beauty is pain, and this beauty took years to perfect. The pain can come from any hairdo, with how tight you have to grip the hair. But the beauty is how clean the parts are, without a fly away in sight. The time it took to find your porosity and type with the 12 options there are, the time it took to look enough trials and errors of different products and techniques adapted to your hair's change from heat and chemical manipulation. Our hair is not something to pet, it's something to glorify. Not to listen to this, I hope you contain your need to touch someone else's hair because it has a different texture and put into practice the golden rule. Because I'm sure you wouldn't want someone else touching your head. A hair is not something to pet, it's something to glorify. So I'm now going to read my next piece. It's about death, so if you need to step out, you can. Death is inevitable. It can be stolen, creep up on you. It means sneaky, taking by surprise. It can be welcomed, embraced. It can be uninvited, shunned. It can be needed, but unwanted. It can tear people apart, but also bring them together. It can free you of the world, unburdened, light as a feather. It can be a rain cloud of force on the others around you. It can be a flood, sweeping you off your feet, knocking the wind out of you. It can be a whirlpool, stirring your mind, heart, and soul. It can bring you to your knees, cripple you, make you appreciate the people you know. It can bring you to others for comfort. It can be a warm, soft embrace. It can be the light at the end of your tunnel. It can be something to look forward to. It can end the suffering, the pain. It can let you be with loved ones. Death is inevitable, but it can also bring you peace. Thank you. Next up is Pranaya.
Hi, my name is Pranaya, and I'm a sophomore. First, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Heritage 4th period English. And also to my sister Claudia, since it's her birthday today. I'm reading you a poem I wrote about not being able to hold on to the things you love, and it's called Liquid Love. The very first time I see the sky pour, I run to be embraced by your loving shower. Pools of liquid love fill my palms, the constant contact of cool droplets on my skin. Strong from the very first splash, we feel as though we've been drenched in this potion for eternity. It hits me more like a flood than a drizzle, but the intensity of our emotions bring me comfort. Dancing through heart-shaped puddles on the muddy street outside your house, the water covers me from head to toe as I cherish the short time we have together. In the mist, everything is clear, and I know I never want to leave this bliss. But the steady thrum of your dripping affection grows faint, and I am filled with the dreaded realization that you're leaving me once again. I close my fist to hold on to you, even for just a single trifling second, yet the delicate drops inevitably flee from the crevices of my tightly wrapped fists, falling faster, farther, faster, farther, and when the moisture is gone, leaving my hands dry and empty, I am forced to let go, left with only the faint memory of your touch. My heart grows heavy as it's dampened with a stormy gray gloom, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm hoping the clouds will do the same so I can see you again. I spend weeks wondering if this time you might finally turn away and never look back. But like always, you never fail to return weeks later, armed with empty promises that you'll stay. You must think I'm naive enough to believe the lies that flow like clear crystal streams from your mouth. In reality, it's just too difficult to accept a world in which your words aren't true. But I welcome you back with open arms anyway, so what difference does it make? But no matter how many times I fell back into the intoxicating caress of the water, despite how I suppressed it until it was little more than a whisper tormenting my conscience, I knew that you were never mine. And I can no longer find it in me to pretend you ever will be. Now, when I see the rain fall, I carry my umbrella to shield me from the acid showers, from the toxic droplets that burn my skin as they fall, from the short-lived dream called love. Thank you.
Next, please welcome Noah.
Shout out to Mr. Anderson's class. All right. This is a story that stuck with me, and it's very important to me, so I'm going to read it to you guys. This is called A Close Encounter with a Man Most Peculiar by me. The other day, I met a man most peculiar. I was out for a walk, minding my own business, when there I saw him, perched in a tree. I couldn't get a good look at him, and when I crept closer to see who it was, he started to squawk violently. Normally, I would have heeded the man's warnings, but something was familiar about his voice. I'd heard it before, as my mom had played his songs on the radio time and time before. Suddenly, he jumped down to greet me face to face, and it was then that my suspicions were confirmed, that the man that stood before me was Eminem. Like the rapper Eminem. "What's your favorite Skittles?" he asked abruptly. "Excuse me? Your favorite Skittles. What is it, home slice?" "I'm sorry, but do you happen to be Eminem? Like the rapper Eminem?" "No, not M&Ms. I mean Skittles," he responded. "Oh, red, I guess, but that still doesn't answer my question." He began to get annoyed with my complicated line of questioning, so I dropped it. To my absolute befuddlement, he then, and I kid you not, began to flap the sides of his hoodie aggressively, but couldn't fly. He said that his mom refused to buy him a hoodie with the right fibers. He insisted that if you had a hoodie with concentrated dark matter woven into it, you'd be able to fly. Keep in mind, this is Eminem, like the rapper Eminem. We then played a game of hide and seek, except every single time I found him, he claimed that he wasn't playing. This went on for an hour or so. I'd count down, he'd hide, I'd spot him, he'd get upset, repeat. Count, hide, spot, upset, repeat. It was at this point that I called my mom and I told her I wasn't going to be home for dinner. Whatever this was, I was going to see it through. He then brought me to a fort made of sticks and twine he found. This was his sanctum. In his sanctum, time works differently and the laws of physics break down into their most basic components, whatever that means. Eminem then spent the next 3 hours rambling on and making full eye contact with me the entire time. Here are a few takeaways. 1, he claimed that lattes and cappuccinos are the same thing. For context, I work at a coffee shop. This is the single most absurd statement I have ever heard. Number 2, apparently he's humanity's last hope of defending our world from the shadow realm. His words, not mine. Number 3, he does not believe women are real, but rather a figment of his imagination. I looked it up and apparently he has a wife. I don't know how this is possible. He then yelled at a tree. I have a feeling I wasn't supposed to see this. Then, without explanation, I was dismissed. Did I scare Eminem? Did Eminem scare me? Did I scare myself? Thank you. Hey listeners.
I'm Haley. Shout out to Mr. Anderson's fourth period if you let I'm going to be reading my college essay for you guys today. A spotlight renders me partially blind. 2,698 high school students and 161 teachers stare at me as I fixate on the microphone clasped in my hand. Sounds terrifying, right? I'm 5 years old. I clasp the cold plastic edge of our scion canoe. I sit across from my father as he rows across Lake Zurich. Although my back is turned to the light, I am still able to get a clear view of the moon thanks to the reflection in his beady eyes. As his pupils penetrate my soul, I feel helpless because there is no easy means of escape. I simply have to sit there. I have no other choice. He drops the oars, grips my shoulders, and commands, "You only have one dad, me. And Julia, she's not your real sister. Jim will never love you like he loves Julia because you're not his real daughter. You hear me, right? Tell me you understand." I meekly mutter, "I understand." Again he reprimands, "Tell me you understand, Haley." I pretend that I'm not quivering in fear as I confidently say, "I understand, Dad." Over the years, he would repeatedly mention how I should never trust anyone except for him. A father-daughter relationship is the most important thing in a little girl's life, and the world is jam-packed with dangerous, deceitful people. While at his house, I'd sleep in a pink plastic bed decorated with Disney princess stickers. But my bed was not in my room, it was at the foot of his bed. And with my 6'4" dad sleeping just feet away from me, I felt safe. But it was a challenge to reconcile his views with my mom's. She thought it was important for me to sleep in my own bed in my own room. When I felt scared, she always reassured me that I was safe. But at 5'2", I wasn't sure she could protect me from the dangers lurking outside my window, the same way my dad could. And neither parent, I soon realized, could protect me while I navigated the dangerous halls of grade school. So I stuck with a small group of trusted friends, which allowed me to keep many other people and experiences at a cautious distance. But everything changed the day my choir teacher announced that the tryouts for the fall musical, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, would be held in the gymnasium the following week. Although the idea of performing in front of hundreds of people sounded utterly terrifying, something about the prospect of acting on stage compelled me. I almost fainted twice during auditions, but in the end, I walked away with the role of Wolf number 5, the smallest role available and the one that completely altered the course of my young life. I have many vivid memories of my first musical, but what will always be etched into my psyche is the feeling I had on closing night. As I clasped my classmates' hands, I felt a camaraderie that I had never experienced before, and it was absolutely freeing. As the crowd cheered, I realized that this camaraderie reached beyond my fellow actors. It enveloped the room. Almost 3,000 students are crowded into our high school gymnasium and are staring at me. But I'm not terrified. It's exhilarating. When people find out that I MC Fremd's pep assemblies, they ask how I could possibly be alone in the center of the gymnasium. But the truth is, I'm not alone. Tess, Noah, and Emerson are right by my side as my co-MCs. And as I look into the audience and see thousands of eyes staring at me, I've long since realized that they're not dangerous or deceiving, they're supportive, they're kind, and their energy ignites the gymnasium. As I loosen the grip on the microphone and soak in the beauty of my community, and the spotlight lights up my face. Thank you.
So Noah is going to do another one, and maybe Sophia in a minute. So we'll give them a second to get their pieces up. But I have a question for everybody while we wait. Sarah started us off by asking, by writing a piece about her arch nemesis. So I just want to ask, who or what is your arch nemesis, everybody?
Probably my cat. Salmon.
Oh, salmon. I thought you said Sammy. Sammy out there. No, salmon.
I don't have one because I'm good with all my friends.
It's you, Miss O'D.
A bush. The alphabet. Yeah. Get on up there.
Thank you guys. All right, welcome back Noah to the stage, everybody.
Sorry, I wasn't planning on reading this, but Miss O'D really wanted me to read this. And just a disclaimer, it does also include a rapper in it. I swear to God, it's just a coincidence. One of my favorite stories to tell, yet so little people know. A story shrouded in mystery, betrayal, and deceit. This is the story of how I started a cult in Bible camp. Our story begins in a summer afternoon. The grass was green, the air was ripe with oxygen, and the sun was most certainly in the sky. After an hour-long drive from my house, I had finally arrived. You see, my family isn't entirely religious. In fact, our entire way of thinking when it comes to the whole God stuff is, I don't know if there's a God, and I don't care. The only difference it'd make for me is that I'd have someone to blame for all my problems. Despite all this, little Noah really wanted to go to Bible camp over the summer. Why, you may ask? Because for whatever reason, a lot of Bible camps compared to normal Bible camps are freaking loaded. They had a water park, a skating rink, laser tag, and much, much more. All I had to do was play good Christian boy for 2 weeks and all that could be mine. The first couple of days were full of fun and adventure. I had even made a slew of amazing new friends. So amazing, in fact, that I forgot all of their names. If there is a heaven, I bet it'd look just like this place, but I don't know and I don't really care. On day 3, however, this would all change. It was midday and me and my nameless friends were playing on the rock climbing wall, because of course they had one. And we're timing each other to see who could reach the top the fastest. When it was my turn, I bolted up the wall as fast as I could, one rock at a time. I remember being about 3/4 of the way there when suddenly one of the rocks I was reaching for came loose, and down, down, down I fell. The next thing I remember, I was waking up in a field of grass. No trees were in sight, no hills, just grass stretching on for miles. Oh my God, I thought to myself, I'm dead. I started to panic and dropped to my knees, tears running down my face. All of a sudden, I felt a presence behind me, an overwhelming presence that radiated through my whole body. I turned around to see who it was, but was met with a familiar face. Snoop Dogg! Yes, man, it is I, Snoop Dogg. Want a joint, man? No, I'm like 9 or something. You're lost, Holmes. I couldn't believe it. Snoop Dogg, right in front of me. We don't have much time. I have an urgent message for you, my boy, said Snoop. He went on to tell me that the second great flood was coming, and I was gifted with the task of building the second ark. Why do I have to be the one to do it? Said I. I mean, why can't... Oh, it's because my name is Noah, isn't it? Pretty much, said Snoop, and with a snap of his finger, everything went dark. I awoke to the sound of my friends screaming. What should we do, said one. He's totally dead, said another. Annoyed by all the commotion and a horrible newfound headache, I arose from the ground. Enough, I exclaimed. I have seen visions, horrible visions, visions of a great flood. Now, most normal people would shrug this off as the result of a ramblings of a little boy with a concussion. However, by some divine stupidity, all of them not only listened to the entire story without running to grab a nurse, but they actually believed it. And so began my cult. With me as their leader and prophet, we called ourselves the Sons of Snoop. The word eventually got out, and more people started to join. I had the whole camp wrapped around my finger, and no one could stop me. For 4 days, I was the leader of the Sons of Snoop. We'd sneak out of the camp's nightly prayer circle to worship Snoop Dogg. Since we were kids ranging from 5 to 10, I'm pretty sure a majority of us didn't even know who that was. But this ignorance made it all the more easy to exploit them. We then tried to build an ark out of sticks and twine that we found in the woods where we would hang out. Well, it ended up being more of a raft because we didn't get far into construction. No good things can last long. Eventually, word got out to the head camp counselor, and that was it. I was immediately removed from camp and sent home. My parents weren't at all mad because when you hear your son started a cult in Bible camp, you can't help but feel proud of him. As for my loyal followers, I like to think they continued without me, with a new prophet, also named Noah. But alas, I don't know and I don't really care. Thank you.
All right, Sophia is coming on back, so welcome, Sophia.
So I don't really know if I can follow that, but I'll try. This is a piece I wrote for Mr. Anderson's class. When I'm away from you, I feel like one of those people who try to beat Niagara Falls by climbing into a barrel and pushing themselves off just to see if they could survive. The first person to best the falls in a barrel was a woman named Annie Taylor in 1901. She did it because she thought it would give her fame and money. Yet she died years later in poverty. Another survivor of the falls in 1911 later died from gangrene after slipping on an orange peel while on tour. In 1995, a pair of friends bested the falls in a barrel that had the words, "Take the real plunge," engraved on it. I think you'd think I'm the type of person to do something like that if I lived in the 1900s or something. But when I'm away from you, maybe I feel like I'm in a barrel, or maybe I feel like I'm drowning in a barrel, or maybe I feel like I'm in a barrel and falling thousands of feet down the falls and I can't see where I am in the air, or I guess more accurately in the water. But maybe when in some chance I survive the falls, maybe I can drift back to you. I've survived the falls and you make me feel like I have done exactly that, like I have narrowly evaded death, maybe even bested it. Maybe it's exhilarating or kind of sad. Maybe it means I'll meet an end like slipping on an orange peel. You probably think I'm crazy. That's how I keep you close to me. By surviving, by daring, by being a little crazy.
All right, let's give them all one more big round of applause. And then I think we have time for maybe one audience question. Audience question, anyone? We got, oh, right there. To all of them or anyone? What do you think the meaning of life is? In 2 words.
It's
Ooh, it's over here.
I'm just gonna go with spending time with Sophia Zortzis.
I would say making connections, like whether that be friendships, relationships, or like
I think that the meaning of life is probably noodles. I really like noodles.
To meet people, and you guys are all my meaning of life. So thank you all for being an amazing audience.
How are you doing? Oh, hey, I'm like actually. Alright. Hi, John. Hi, John. Let's go. Early or let's go.
Oh, today? Yeah. Oh, yay! Where are you? Honey, you want to see yours?
Do you want to sit here? Okay.
Why are there two mysteries? They're like equally photoshopped. That's actually and only one of them is from Mr. Beast. Stop it. Wait, don't actually. He's on teacher right now. Oh, right now. The one that they walk around with. Sorry. The one that's on. You had talked about your friend. Alright. That's what it was. Like, they were like, man, that's so out of pocket. Already. Today? Is Kelly's born today? It's so much. I hope he is good. Hold on. I can't talk about her friend. I love you. I love you so much. Wait, hold on.
Last year, Probably.
Oh, I need And I'm like, dollar for, so what do you think about it? Suckers or Weasleys? I think it's cash only, yeah. So you can probably offer tomorrow too. Bamboo bracelets and suckers. Dollar donations for suckers or Raiders of there was a guy down there. No, I know. Gonna ride the cow. The crack in the park's not bad.
All right, I think we're ready to get started. Welcome to day 2 of Riders Week 30. Clap it up. Before we begin, of course, the customary thank yous to the people that helped put this together. You have Mr. Russ Anderson, Mrs. Gina Ink. They coordinate everything, so clap it up. You, of course, have the administrators, you have staff that help put this together, you have students, you have the tech up there doing everything to make sure that you can hear me and everybody read. So many great people that help put this together and make it possible. A couple quick things before we get started with today's excellent readers. You have, number one, some fundraising for Writers Week. I know I see Mrs. Gerber up there roaming around with a bag of bracelets that look just like this, advertising for Fanboys, Riders Week 30, and you have caramel pops, all for the low price of $1 a piece. So you can always find one of us and contribute to that if you want one of those. That works excellently. Also, hey, you never know. You might end up on social media. We're making a big push on social media. Check us out on TikTok, FHS Writers Week, and see what you can do there. So brought to you by the excellent Fremd Broadcasting Club. Join that too. There you go. First up, we have one of my colleagues in the English department, excellent individual. Congratulations, dance team. 5th place in state. Excellent job. She is the head of the dance team. So without any further ado, Lord of the Dance, Erin Kelly, come on down.
Give a quick shout out to my 5th grade sophomores for their and of course shout out to all my dancers that came here today. So this is not my first Writers Week, but this is my first time speaking at Writers Week. I'm a little nervy, but I'm excited to be here. So thank you guys for being here, and thank you teachers for bringing your classes down to celebrate writing and storytelling and all that good stuff. So as you can see, that's little me and my brothers. Of the 3 of us, and we're all very close in age, and there's kind of a unique dynamic that exists within our family that we'd like to talk about. The best teacher I've ever had is not someone you might expect. It isn't my 5th grade teacher, Miss Fowler, or my geometry teacher, Mrs. Gierman, or my college professor, Dr. Wilgie. Honestly, it isn't either of my parents, and they're teachers too. Instead, it is my youngest brother, Jason. My middle brother, Brian, and I have always agreed that life with Jason is unconventional, to say the least. We're all very close in age, with just a little more than 3 years between all of us, so we've really only known life with each other.
That being said, we've also only ever known each other in our true, authentic forms. I'm the overbearing, controlling, know-it-all oldest child and only daughter, so double whammy. Brian is the soft-spoken, independent middle child, and Jason is a true youngest child, always tended to, dependent, emotional, and the one who rules the house. A better explanation for the way he is, though, is he was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder on his 3rd birthday in 2003. I imagine most of us are generally familiar with what it means when someone has autism. It truly is a spectrum, and there are varying qualities and quirks and needs that individuals who are diagnosed with autism might possess. If we consider this imaginary spectrum, which is not the tell-all for what to expect or recognize in autistic people, Jason falls pretty close to the end of the line, being fully dependent on the care of others in order to maintain order, routine, and support on a daily basis. It goes without saying that Jason's daily needs have and will continue to dictate how my family functions, but honestly, we couldn't imagine it any other way. I won't say life with Jason is easy or simple or even fun most of the time, because I'd be a big fat liar if I did. I've spent most of my own life resenting his fate he's been given, not understanding why someone with so much spunk and humor and intelligence must be subjected to a life of frustration and extreme sensitivities. Contemplating the whys and what-ifs doesn't solve or change or erase anything, but reminding myself of Jason's positive influence on me and my family does. He has no idea what he has done for us, but I've compiled a little list of some things that came to mind. So here are 23 lessons I've learned from my 23-year-old brother. 1, less is more when it comes to communicating with others. Jason is extremely chatty, which is relatable, don't look at me, but he doesn't communicate conventionally. He's mostly gotten by with making single-word requests like goldfish or iPad. Other echoed phrases he's heard us encourage him to say his whole life tend to be implemented too, like, can I have a cookie please, or Aaron, copy me, or I want goldfish. I tend to over-explain and fixate on the right way to say things, but Jason has the right idea with being so direct with his needs and requests. I think I'll start saying things like coffee, or vacation, or nap, or things like that. 2, feel your feelings. It doesn't matter where we are or what we're doing. If Jason is mad, he'll let you know he's mad. Sometimes it's just a grumble, but other times it's a full-blown freak out. It is horrifyingly embarrassing when this grown man cannot get a grip on himself in public, but it's almost admirable how he can kind of let it go. I know I tend to bottle up my frustration and anger and anxiety, so maybe letting it all out might be just what I need to feel better sometimes, just like he does. 3, release your inner child. At the age of 26, I can still recite every last song from The Wiggles and Barney and Elmo's World and most other 2000s kids television shows because they continue to be Jason's favorite. Honestly, he has some good taste because some of the songs will kind of slap, honestly. So if you haven't heard like Hot Potato or the Cleanup Song or anything like that recently, pull it up on Spotify because they're pretty good. 4, let the inner thoughts win sometimes. You know how your mom or your sister or your best friend might buy like a soap or a shampoo or a perfume that they've been saving up for or they're just really excited to use or have? Well, Jason knows just the right ones that would make an amazing bubble bath or a concoction, all of it in the sink. Oh yeah, we're frequent customers at Bath & Body Works because of Jason's uncontrollable desire to implement pure chaos. When he was younger, Jason also had a tendency to wander, but I will talk about that later. I think it would do me some good, for my soul at least, to act on my impulses, but within reason, of course. 5, don't hold back your excitement. Like his frustration, Jason is not one to contain his joy and anticipation. Like many people who have autism, he tends to flap his hands when he's really happy and even jump up and down if he's really riled up. We can all allow ourselves to feel and express that kind of happiness when it hits us, or even if it's just in a quiet movie theater or library or somewhere a little bit more public. 6, seek thrills whenever you can. At a very young age, we learn that Jason is a major daredevil. He has been on some of the craziest roller coasters in the country, ziplining through mountain ranges, taking flights on Cessna airplanes, and loves jumping off of high dive diving boards. The adrenaline rush and that pit in his stomach is a feeling he continues to chase. He's fearless. He doesn't think twice about risk or possibilities and just goes for it. He's motivated me to do the same both in my life endeavors and at 6 months. 7, create plans you can look forward to. Aside from our mom, Jason is the person most obsessed with the calendar. Whether it be trips to a local library or a week-long vacation, Jason needs to have something to look forward to on the calendar, but I mean, we can't relate to that. 8, explore the outdoors. In warmer seasons, Jason's weekends tend to consist of hiking with our dad. The serenity of the outdoors allows him an escape from bothersome noises, people, and overstimulation. His balance is impeccable and his stamina is impressive. Many of our vacations have revolved around the opportunity to hike trails and explore the mountains, which has been an amazing opportunity for our family too. Number 9, explore the outdoors, but within reasonable limits. Remember how I mentioned that Jason tends to wander? Well, his explorations weren't reserved for the mountains or the rolling plains of Illinois. Sometimes his itch to walk or run even couldn't be contained. For context, Jason's special interest growing up was VHS tapes, and teenagers, it's okay if you don't know what a VHS tape is, it's all right. But our basement was filled to the brim with VCRs and VHS tapes and all of that, but that wasn't enough for him. The houses in our neighborhood were apparently much more enticing, and conveniently, many of our neighbors left their front doors unlocked. So we have never been able to explain this, but Jason would just know where to go in every person's house to find those tapes and find those VCRs. It was like he directly went there. And this was even if we had never met the people he was quote unquote visiting, total strangers to us a lot of the time. So it goes without saying that we were very popular or unpopular in the neighborhood. 10, hone your talents. If you need anyone to do some quick and impressive multiplication, Jason's your guy. He can also remember any and every address he's ever been to in his life and addresses of those we know. I don't have that kind of party trick, but I can sure brag about his. 11, create clear boundaries. As mentioned earlier, Jason is a man of few words. 2 of his favorite are, Aaron, go. Guess who Aaron is? He's valid for that, obviously. 12, laugh as much as possible. The best sound to roll through the house is Jason's laughter. It doesn't matter what it is that gets him, and honestly, we don't always understand what he's so tickled by, but when his world is in a good place, our world is in a good place. His shameless and contagious laughter is everything. 13, remember important dates. If you forget anyone's birthday or want to know things like the date of that one time he went to a Waffle House in Nashville, Tennessee, he's your guy. It's kind of amazing the catalog of numbers and data and time he's been able to retain. And while I'm not good like him, I do make an effort to beat him to the punch when recalling important dates. He always wins though. 14, indulge in your interests, specifically food-related interests. Who here likes breakfast food? Oh yeah, so does Jason, and he likes it to the point where he has that every single meal. Who would want that? This isn't a flex by any means, but when I say he can house a short stack in maybe 14 seconds, I'm not kidding. I don't feel ashamed when I do the same with my Chipotle because of him. 15, allow yourself to be the center of attention once in a while, or all the time. It's Jason's world and we're all living in it. When he wants to talk or joke or sing or dance, there's no putting it off or ignoring him. His interests and requests take precedent, but they often lead to laughter and fun, so we can't complain. 16, forgive me for this one. Release your inner demons. Again, Jason is a man of few words. He wants to make sure everyone knows when he's let one go by simply announcing, tooting, and moving on with his day. Some may say he's rude, but I think he's got the right attitude. 17, treat everyone's birthday as if it's your own. Birthday cake is quite literally always on Jason's mind. His own birthday is the greatest day ever simply because he can have cake. Everyone else's birthdays are also the greatest days ever because he can have cake. 18, prioritize self-care. Who here likes naps? Naps. Who here likes to take like a hot shower or a bath or things like that? Like, yeah, comfort, right? And who here likes to binge watch TV? Oh yeah, so if your hand was up at all, you and Jason would get along great. And I'm guilty of following his lead and basking in my me time. 19, express your distaste, but remember that mom always wins. Another word to add to Jason's vocab catalog is nope. Despite all of the great smiles he puts on in the pictures behind me, he hates posing for the camera. My mom loves taking pictures, so there's often some headbutting and lots of resistance on his end. If there's anyone more stubborn than Jason, though, it's my mom. So through all of the arguing and reluctance, she'll always get her shot, as you can see. 20, create inside jokes with others. It will take too long to explain entirely, but Jason has this ongoing game with us where he will compare a store or a restaurant or even a town to another one, and one is good and one is bad. He used to frequent the Savers in Arlington Heights, but it closed very suddenly a few years ago, forcing him to go to other thrift stores. The closing of this store, for whatever reason, makes him laugh harder than anything else. This turned into an entire negative association with the whole town of Arlington Heights. It's a joke, but Arlington Heights is thumbs down. To his absolute delight, I lived in Arlington Heights last year, which was the only thing he ever wanted to talk about. The amount of videos I have of him completely incapable of getting a word out because he's laughing so hard just at the idea of me living there. And it's the funniest thing in the world, being in the worst place on planet Earth, and the amount that I have is unreal. No one else would get this joke, but we feel like we're in on Jason Speak. 21, motivate others to do good. At 10 years old, I had become well established in a sibling support group for those who have siblings with autism. And we belong to a local chapter of the Autism Society of America in Schaumburg. In the summer of 2008, with my mom's help, of course, I was motivated to give back to this group that had already done so much for me and my other brother, Brian. To make a long story short, I had a lemonade stand, as you can see, like bottom left. Oh, you don't need to, that's okay, thank you though. That's okay. You can clap in a second though, I got something cool to say. To make a long story short, I had a lemonade stand with the help of my mom. After setting up outside of local Jewel Osco's, craft fairs, talking to the local radio, and even getting a little cameo in the Daily Herald, which is that picture right there, I raised just short of $2,000 for the Autism Society of America and donated it to my local chapter, which was awesome. It was a really good gesture. By the way, the Daily Herald article is hilarious and exaggerates the whole thing so much, so if you ever want to see it, let me know. I find absolute joy in volunteering, raising money for worthy causes, and being an advocate for others, and that would not have happened without Jason being Jason. 22, establish and maintain a closeness with all of your siblings. Brian and I speak Jason's language better than anyone, and there is forever an unspoken understanding and bond between the three of us. Brian and I have learned to be completely selfless when it comes to Jason, and consequently, others. It's not something I can easily explain, but it's just automatic and ingrained in us. 23, indirectly, yet so directly, influence your big sister's life trajectory by merely existing. It's easy to justify my career choice by saying I was influenced by my parents and teachers, and there's truth to that, and I would absolutely attribute my choice to all of them, for sure. Jason, on the other hand, was the underlying driving force behind my aspirations to nurture, mentor, and understand others. I had no choice to be his big sister, and it's been the hardest and coolest job that I've ever had, because I'm teaching, of course. And it's been a pleasure to take on that role. If you only knew what he had meant to me these past 23 years, that would mean the world to me, and I just might try to tell him next time we get pancakes. Thank you. Up next is Miss Stephanie Gray.
Hi, Fifth Hour. All right, let's go ahead and get this party started, I suppose. This is, without a doubt, one of, if not the most personal things I've ever done in my entire life, because I've never talked about this to anyone, for the most part. But we're going to go over that a little bit more in here. I'm going to try and stick to the script, because anyone that knows me knows that I love to go off script, and I'm going to try real hard not to do that today. But before I get started, I want to give a shout out to my students that did come, because I was not expecting you guys to come, and I appreciate you, and I see you, and I don't think you understand what that means to me. Before I begin, I want to make a disclaimer. The content of this speech is meant to be ultimately positive and helpful to you, but in order to get there, I need to touch on some pretty heavy topics. I'm apparently terrible at using a microphone. It's been a minute. This will briefly, but not graphically, involve mentions of domestic violence, death, and PTSD. If you are sensitive to any of these things because you are dealing with them in some capacity in your own life, and you need to step out, I understand that. However, I'm hoping that you find the following to be beneficial instead. So, I'm Miss Gray. I've worked at Fremd for 6 years in the special education department. Shout out to special education department. I've also been a speech coach here at Fremd and the assistant orchesis coach over at Conant. Yes, woo. Sorry, woo. Credit where credit is due. At Conant, which is my old high school. My background used to be in the performing arts, and by the end of this, you might understand why I'm a little rusty. This presentation makes me feel like I'm returning to my roots. Some people know this, some people don't. I'm actually a Second City graduate, which is a really famous comedy club that is in downtown Chicago. A long time ago, I considered myself to be a performer, but it has been a hot minute since I've been on a stage. In fact, I don't think I've been on this level of stage since April 17th, 2009. Thank you. Actually, that was not an applause line, but I appreciate that just the same. It took a lot to get up here today, so thank you to whomever just did that. This talk does not contain a lot of humor, but rather a lot of honesty. To borrow the opening line from Bo Burnham's Art is Dead, this next song isn't funny at all, but it helps me sleep at night. Before I segue into everything today, I want to introduce you to one of my closest friends. It would help if I knew how to use. There we go. All right, cool. One of my closest friends. But before I do that, I want to do some shout outs. Is Miss Syed's class here? Shout out to Miss Syed's class, because I had Miss Syed in 2009. So shout out to Miss Syed. I also have shout out to my elementary school friends and my brother, because they took time out of their lives to come out and remember Laura, even though I'm sure hearing this is incredibly difficult. Shout out to my therapist, who is not here. Shout out to Robin Morano, because I tried to wean me out of doing this, and she told me no. I love you too, girl. Yeah, she told me no, so here I am. Shout out to Miss Jill Kohler, who helped me with the brainstorming and writing, and shout out to Gina Enck and Russ Anderson, because seriously, come on, how much work does it take to put this together? And especially to Russ Anderson, because when I asked him about presenting at Writers Week, he simply asked, what is your story and what do you want to tell? And I think that's a loaded question, and this is the story I wanted to tell. So this is my friend Laura Engelhardt. I went to St. Peter Lutheran from 4th grade onward. It was a small school and my graduating class was 30. Laura, or Agnes, or Squiddy, as I like to call her, was the world's biggest tomboy with the best taste in music, because who listens to Vanessa Carlton and Foghat? I feel like it's nobody. She was a huge Chris Daughtry fan, a huge American Idol fan, and I think this is the picture that she would want me showing, because this was the day she met Chris Daughtry, so that's cool. She is also a very, very big WWE fan. She was an avid softball player, put up with all of my bullshit ideas, and wrote some seriously cringe comedy scripts with me. We spent an entire summer drafting ideas for our Dawson's Creek spoof, Jeff's Body of Water, which is probably like Outer Banks, but whinier. At least I assume I've never seen Outer Banks. Sorry, it's on my list. So here's a couple pictures of us growing up, and I think a lot of these are from the 8th grade high school era. So, oh yeah, that's me in a Hot Topic Donnie Darko shirt with my cell phone clipped to my pants. Oh yeah, where were we? Like seriously, where was this field trip, you guys? I don't even recognize. Probably, yeah. Also, sorry to Ray for not telling her I was putting this up here, so get you some friends that'll put your embarrassing middle school pictures up in front of a high school auditorium in 15 years. So yeah, this is one where we were all at Springfield. So that's us. I'm standing next to Laura. Again, sweet cell phone clip to my pants. Next picture. So this is most of the people in my graduating class in the summer of 2008, and this was the last time we were all together. Please note that I have a Fremd lanyard on my pants, and I didn't even go here. That is the same lanyard my keys are on now. So if that's not some foreshadowing, I don't know what is. What else we got here? So, and also these pictures are terrible. They're really old, so I'm sure they're like -4 pixels. So Conant has a tradition that they started my freshman year called open mic nights. And I was one of the fixtures because I got up on stage and I did dumb stuff like this. Yeah, this is in the yearbook. This is in my junior yearbook. So shout out to Camille Lutz, because I'll always have that. That is me with an iPod Shuffle clipped to my pants, a dollar store chain, and also, yes, that is a McDonald's Happy Meal gun toy in my pocket that was very tasteful even in 2007. It looks like this. Shout out to the guy who had that on eBay that I borrowed that photo from, because I don't just happen to have that photo on it. All right, and I show that because after that, Laura was like inspired by that, so she ran with it, and she did a duet that was the Rihanna Neo song, Hate That I Love You. And she did both parts, went to Goodwill, and brought clothes so she could be half Rihanna, half Neo, and then performed this at open mic night. And that's a picture of all of us afterwards. It's glorious. That photo is from March of 2009, and it is one of the last photos I have of her. T.S. Eliot is correct in his assessment that April is the cruelest month. April 17, 2009 changed the entire trajectory of my life. I do not know who I would be without the events of this day. On Friday, April 17th, I didn't know anything had happened until halfway through my day. I was just a senior, walking to my 5th hour math class like a lot of you do every single day. Katie stopped me. Katie told me. She saw it on the local news that morning. Incident in Hoffman, 2 dead, 3 injured. I remember saying, I'm confused, why are you telling me about this? She goes, the footage on TV was Laura's house. And I remember saying, wait, Laura wasn't here today. And I remember screaming, and I think it was me. I don't remember much after that, but I do remember Jordan Catapano, my other English teacher, shout out to Jordan Catapano, sweeping me into the room he was working in alone. I remember him trying to calm me down and trying to make me laugh because neither of us knew how bad things actually were. You have to remember, I asked him to log into the computer because I wanted to see the news. This was 2009. You guys have Snapchat, you have Wi-Fi access, you have iPhones, you have all sorts of things that connect you in this world, but in 2009, all I had was a teacher who could log into the desktop computer. Interesting. Okay, all I had was the teacher who could pull up the computer, and when I asked, he grimaced and said, I don't think that's a good idea. And I said, Jordan, I want to see the house, show me the house. So slowly, like the computer was a fragile thing he might break, he pulled up the news, and on WGN, there it was. But the news had changed by then. 3 dead, 2 injured in Hoffman Estates. The story was still very scant, but it did read that everyone deceased was an adult. I breathed a sigh of relief because that meant Laura was probably okay, since we were kids and that wasn't our age group. There's a reason I'm including this part in the story. I turned 18 the month before in March. Laura turned 18 on January 10th. I feel like everyone has a defining moment in their lives where they unwittingly realize they have reached adulthood. Unfortunately, this was my moment. The realization that we were 18 and now qualified as adults was soul-crushing and visceral. I'm going to stop here for a minute because I feel like we've reached the part where you need context as to what happened on April 17th. And I'll be honest, I'm going to be very slight with the details. The details of that night are so horrible, they are almost incomprehensible. All you need to know is that a man with a weapon made a choice that ended 3 lives, almost 4, and affected not just the people he supposedly called his family, but an entire generation of Conan students and a community as a whole. You guys, I got really far. I got really far. Thank you. I knew it was going to get me. I was warned. But this is not about what happened that night. This is about the aftermath of how to deal with and acknowledge emotions that are so far out of your control. That's way closer to my face than I thought it was. That are so far out of your control. I have constantly... Oh. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was concerned for a second. I've contemplated talking about this at Writers Week for the past few years, but this is the first time that it actually felt right. It's Writers Week 30. It's the 15-year anniversary of Laura's death. And I have taken all of these stories told by my incredible colleagues over the past 6 years and decided it's my turn to be brave. And I lost my place. As a society, we have all experienced a lot of trauma over the past few years, and I'm going to say the quiet part really loudly here. It seems like it is much more common to lose friends in high school these days. I cannot adequately put into words how sorry I am to all of you for your losses. But I guess this is me trying. So this is what I actually wanted to talk about. It's been 15 years since April 17th, 2009, and I went large down autopilot for 12 to 13 of those years. I told myself I was fine without acknowledging how profoundly this event and the loss of my friend affected every single aspect of my life, from my career goals to my romantic relationships and my own mental health. And I'll be honest, I don't remember much past April 19th. The 18th is extremely vivid, but everything after that is just so fragmented. The one thing I've learned about myself more recently is I very much was experiencing PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder. More often than not, PTSD is associated with veterans and being in the military, but there's also a checklist for civilians. Were you guys aware of this? Maybe you, it's probably more common in psych classes now, but I was not aware of this. And I did not know until a couple years ago. Last year, my therapist gave me the checklist because I brought it up and asked, how many of these would you have ranked a 3 or higher on a 1 to 5 scale after Laura died? There are 17 questions on that checklist. And if you answer 4 for 2 or more, you are considered symptomatic according to the DSM. I was symptomatic for at least 8 of them. There are things that occurred in April, May, and beyond that I still carry and that still affect me. And I've somewhat made my peace with the fact that they will always affect me and I will always carry them. A triple homicide is a big deal, especially in the suburbs, and let me tell you, the news was all over this one. To this day, I cannot hear the flash of a camera, not even a cell phone camera, without being taken back to being hounded by news crews and reporters who would not leave a bunch of high schoolers alone to grieve their friend. You think decorating your friend's locker when she died is hard? Try having CBS 2 shove a microphone in your face and ask for the correct spelling of your last name. Yeah. I cry every single time I see first responders speeding past me with their lights on, because I will never know if they are driving towards something traumatic that will fundamentally change them as people. If they are driving towards something they can never ever unsee, if they are driving towards something that might undo just a little bit of their humanity that day. I will never own a knife block in my house, because even 15 years later, I cannot look at them. All I see is a man slipping a knife up the sleeve of his jacket when he passed through the kitchen, only to use it a few short hours later. For those of you that know me, you know I'm big on cooking. I love me some Food Network. But my knives are in a drawer, and they will always be in a drawer. I have to know that I am specifically, consciously reaching for one. And dating, holy shit, you guys. That's kind of a joke, but also it's kind of, you can laugh, it's okay. Holy shit, do you have any idea how exhausting dating is and how intimidating dating is when you have to explain this to every single person that parades through your life and becomes a permanent fixture? It's exhausting. I stopped doing it after my ex-fiance, and now I only give the SparkNotes version. So instead, I'm choosing to talk about it to 400 of my closest friends. So, yeah, that is a woo. So thank you for being here. I'm getting on the home stretch, I promise. This is a great pivoting point because realistically, how do you talk about these things? This is just my story, and this might have been my entire adulthood, but I'm sure that each of you in this auditorium has your own story that has its own varying degrees of trauma. And this is the core of what I'm trying to get at. I get it, it's way easier not to talk about it. I get it. But the effect of not talking about it and expressing those emotions can snowball and become so much greater than you ever realize. I didn't talk about what happened, which led me to not talking about other emotions I have, and next thing I knew, I became emotionally closed off after the course of a decade. It took walking around in March and April of 2020 and really reflecting for me to go, oh shit, I'm so closed off now. I never processed because I was too preoccupied. I never wanted to properly deal. And that made me not want to deal with a lot of other aspects of my life, and I decided I needed to talk. See, during my formative years, high school years, I grew up on a steady diet from 2005 onward of these crime procedural television shows, Bones, Castle, The Mentalist, SVU, all these shows that had strong female protagonists that are usually pretty guarded and then somehow become magically okay by season 4 or 5. And I internalized that and thought I too one day will magically snap out of this just like Olivia Benson. Except it took me to the age of 29 to realize there is no magically snapping out of it. Those are fictional people, and that is fantasy, and you need to do it yourself. You need to talk to someone. I only have one truly memorable experience about talking to someone back then, and it was sometime in May of 2009. At the wake, Conan's administration team came to pay their respects, and all 3 of them offered, if you ever want to talk, our doors are always open. Later that week, I actually did take them up on their offer, even though I didn't know any of them. I had no prior relationship, and I waited for an hour wondering what I was going to say to this woman when I walked into her office. When I walked in, there was a beat, and for the rest of my life, I will never forget her smile and the sunlight behind her and the way she said, I'm really glad you're here, let's talk. So I want to end with a picture I took a couple weeks ago, and I think I'm almost out of time. In May of 2009, Conan's Woodworking Club made a wooden bench dedicated to Laura, and that bench still sits in the administration hallway. The bench has a quote on it, and I never actually thought to look up the quote until writing this. The lines from the poem, the poet Edwin Markham, on his poem, The Creed. The bench says, "All that we send into the lives of others comes back into our own." But the full stanza of that poem is actually, "There is a destiny that makes us brothers, none goes his way alone. All that we send into the lives of others comes back into our own." This is the legacy that Laura left in 2009, and it is the legacy that she continues to leave in 2023. We are not alone. We are all connected. I hope this helps you in processing your own traumas and losses, because you should never stop talking. You are not alone. Shout out to Laura.
Thank you for being an awesome audience. One more round of applause. Thank you.
Did you stop recording? I will be right back. Well, you're going, but yeah, I'll be back. Yeah.
Was it?
You guys just Pagala? Yeah, just call Mary Williams. You guys going right there? Alright, perfect. Hey, you guys get to sit by me too. Cool? Alright, so let's see. Yeah, let's see. I'll have one sit right here. Wherever you want, right here.
Like how many?
Ayana! Up in there.
She's safe. You're in one of these seats.
Okay. Here's guys. How would you like to stay? I wonder why we're sitting over here, guys. Yeah, Emily, I think it's not good. I apologize. Come on! You guys have your name.
I try to hold it.
But it shouldn't even be a problem. Like choosing is
Yeah, I got a little bit.
yeah, I agree. Guys, yeah. Here's the thing. This should be fun. I'm not going to I need an option. I get that. And I know that's something that I don't like that much here. But we have to. How do we get there? What? Got it? Guys, I just read last night. Are you stupid?
I need a row on like every single one, but they're all moving, so it's fine.
Natalie, it's okay.
Oh my gosh. I went to the point out in
All right, who is not here? I heard RJ's not here. So Rushi here? Rushi? Yeah.
No! Why didn't you stop it? I don't like this song.
I mean, you're All right, my class, remember, you need to put everything away when they get started, okay? Please, show your respect.
Troy's going back to see here.
Oh, no, I'm okay with that. No.
Gosh dang! Not good.
Wait, was it playing? Psych! You thought we were done? Yeah. Well, make sure we know we're not done, guys.
Mr. Dawson! Hey, Mr. Dawson!
They're always like, psych?
A bunch of cocaine. It's so nice of her. Oh, that's so nice of her. She gave us a little shout out. And Mr.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, right side of the room. How are we doing over here? It's a little sparse. A little empty over there. Hello. Welcome to day 2 of Writers Week. Hello. How are you doing, Conrad? Good to see you. Real quick, before we get started, we have wonderful student writers that are going to be presenting today, but we wanted to talk about a few things. Number one, if you have a parent that is a member of the Booster Club, make sure you thank them, because we couldn't do this without them, so make sure you tell them thank you at some point. Also, thank you to Mr. Anderson and Mrs. Ank for putting this all together. Let's give them... Take a look at your teacher, give them a what's up, or a thumbs, or whatever, just say hi, hello. Oh, shout out to my 6th period AP Lang class. I neglected to say hi to you. Also, we have caramel apple pops, and we have friendship bracelets on sale for $1. These proceeds, they help out for our fundraising for Writers Week, and also for the Just Break Up podcast that's happening tomorrow at 7 p.m. here, so make sure you buy them. I will give this to someone who could tell me what year of Writers Week this is. Right there, I saw the person with the white hoodie. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. These are for you. I just spent $2. So there you go. It's up here waiting for you. All right, great. Real quick, I did this 3rd hour too. Raise your hand if you know somebody that is presenting this week. Raise your hand if you know somebody that is presenting this week, all right? I want you to take a look. Keep those hands up. Keep them up. Take a look at how many people have their hands raised, all right? The best thing about Writers Week is supporting each other, and I hope that today and for the rest of this week and for all the rest of the Writers Weeks that you go to, you support the people that you don't know as much as you support the ones that you do. So please consider that as you watch it the rest of this week, all right? We are going to get started with some student presentations. So first up, we have Allie Marconi.
Hi, my name is Allie, and I'm a senior. Shout out to Miss Ank's 5th period creative comp class and Miss Baldessano's 6th period sophomore wellness. The first piece is titled Christmas Magic, and it's the first piece I wrote in my creative comp class last semester, so I hope you enjoy. 6 a.m., December 24th. Cinnamon wafts through the town on an early December morning. Only the cafes are open at this hour, but the small town is awakening with life. New parents push their strollers on the freshly shoveled pavement that is most certainly going to be blanketed by the fresh, powdery snow by the time the shops open. Elderly couples walk hand in hand, their coffees letting off steam, as they joke about the old days and marvel at the Christmas tree in the center of town. Kids run and duck and hide as their friends aim a ball of chilly snow at them. And teenagers, well, they aren't up and about yet, but they will be eventually. The town will never let the Christmas spirit die. The day after Thanksgiving, everyone works together to deck the halls, and once the day is done, they all gather at someone's house to celebrate Thanksgiving 2.0, and to celebrate the shared effort of bringing Christmas magic back around. 8 a.m., December 24th. The bells ring as shops open their doors. People trickle into the stores and admire the new inventory of the day. The snow, as predicted, is being shoveled for the now bustling town. The lights are shining even though it's morning, and everywhere you go, you hear Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Christmas songs. It feels like magic, almost like this is a movie, but it isn't. It's just picture perfect. 6 a.m., December 26th. Cinnamon wafts through the town as everyone takes down their decorations, disassembles their trees, unplugs the lights, and says goodbye to Christmas. New parents drink their coffee and sigh, grateful to make it through the holiday season. Elderly couples bicker about how to put away the decorations and glare at the snow covering their driveways. Kids argue over who got the better presents, and teenagers, well, they still aren't awake. Who are we kidding? Life isn't always picture perfect, but the good times will come, so when they do, embrace them and remember they will come again. Thank you. And then the second piece I have today is called The Beauty of a Flower, and I wrote it a couple weeks ago, so enjoy. The beauty of a flower is an understated value. The soft petals that lightly sway in the breeze, the sweet aroma that wraps your nose in a blanket of heaven, the vibrant colors that bring life to a patch of dead grass, the delicate ridges that hold the memories. The beauty of a flower is an understated value. The way they wrap around a young girl's wrist as she goes to her first dance, the way they make a bright glow on her special day, the way they sit atop a counter soaking in the sunlight, a reminder of a couple's love, the way they bloom at the head of a grave to celebrate a life. The beauty of a flower is an understated value. The joy they encompass, the sorrow they soothe, the love they remind, and the lives they enrich. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tyler Bagel. I'm a senior, and I'm going to be reading a little piece from my book that I've been writing since freshman year. Finally, we come to you, Matthew Biazenti, the voice said from his left. Again, it was impossible to tell who or what was speaking. The council was dedicated to hiding their identities. Will you, as a blood robe, do what is necessary for the order and Nyresia? This one came from in front. He raised his eyes, looking into the space the voice was from, hoping to meet the speaker's eyes. Yes, the words tumbled from his mouth, and he knew they were the truth. My hands are already stained with the blood of a heretic I long believed a friend. Will you subject yourself to proper investigation and accept accountability for your conduct as a blood robe? Yes, I understand the consequences for misuse of our power fully. He shivered, remembering the emptiness that was the dead moment. Both of the voices he had heard so far spoke, joined by one on his right and several in the spaces between them. Are you, Matthew Biazenti, a blood robe? By your will, and under the heart of the second, yes, he replied to the wall of sound. Then rise and commit your soul. He stood from his knees and took a single step forward. What is your earliest memory? The voice on his left asked. An animal was going to kick me, but my father tackled me out of the way. Details, someone to the right barked. He was there again, seeing the moment, smelling the stables, twirling the empty bucket. I was heading to the barn to milk the cows. I couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. We farmed them for the leather to sell, but it made no sense to raise them and not take something for ourselves. One of them spooked, kicked back, but I felt my father's hands instead of a hoof. He had my brother discipline me instead until he could use that arm again. Very well then, came the response from the center. Whether or not the voice itself was monotone, Matthew felt a touch of pride. What have you done today? The voice from his right asked. Well, I attended class. Something you'll remember, boy. Matthew felt a sting on his cheek, the blood robe's illusory slap. Well, he trailed off. I came here and got initiated to the blood robes. Maybe you won't if you keep this up. The false impact came again, this time as a dull ache at his temple. He ran through the day, seeing every moment again, until he felt something. He found it late in the morning. He felt the glyph's power, his power. I contributed to the capture of 7 fugitives without leaving the hidden grove. The silence was deafening, the dark air thick with tension. He imagined what the council was muttering among themselves as they covered him out of the conversation. It was Varen's lesson for today. I was to scour the woods within the day, and I knew that was impossible, so I used the glyph and found their minds. He almost fell over from the commanding voice to his right. Go on. I made them believe the woods were on fire, from their campfire out of control. Not one escaped. The council whispered among themselves again, but this time they let Matthew hear their masked voices, if not their exact words. Matthew breathed a sigh of relief as the doors behind him opened. with an unfamiliar, unmasked voice describing their new prisoners. The doors closed, and Matthew heard the monks organize themselves into the ark again. "Matthew Biazenti," they all said, "you have proven your worth as a blood robe. We welcome you with the sleeve and the guard." Matthew kneeled again, extending his left arm to let the council place the markers. He felt the guard slip on first, a steel ring around his wrist that extended to a dome in front of his hand, with points in it, with points in front of it, matching the points to form a glyph. That much was standard monk affair, but what distinguished him was the red silk extension being sewn to his sleeve. Grass robes had not yet found their order, but here is a monk still in training, with the glyph's claim on his soul already established. Dedicate yourself. I can see you in this ark someday. Matthew finally saw the one who had been speaking to him from the center the entire time. An elf with an intricate braid that was once colorful, cast over their right shoulder. Clearly the marks of an old man, even if his face was smoother than Matthew's. You have been using the glyph for as long as some of my fellow councilmen, and you haven't even reached a quarter century in age. I hope that if I do not live to see your place on our council, it is only because you are replacing me. Thank you, sir. Matthew bowed deeply, his left arm at a careful angle to hide the guard. May the second's cunning serve you well. Thank you. Next up is Joshua Schnur.
Hello, this is Joshua Schnur, and I wanted to tell a story on how my mother illegally came to the United States almost 30 years ago. First of all, my mother is from Ecuador, and the reason she left Ecuador was because her father left Ecuador for the United States back in the 1970s. 3 years after her birth, when her father had and 3 years after birth, when her father had legally became a resident, he returned for mere weeks at a time to check up on his 9 children in Ecuador, where to discourage his kids from following in his footsteps, he told his kids that the United States has a fundamentally different culture and that in this country, one's work triumphs the idealistic nuclear family, which was in contrast to the traditionalist society my mother was raised in. He would then spend the next months with his new wife and 3 kids, pretending as if the family he made in Ecuador did not exist. When my mother turned 27, she chose to go to the United States and contact her father. After contacting 3 different coyotes to get her stateside, she chose the one she trusted the best and flew to Panama as per his instructions. Once in Panama, her coyote was caught and bailed from Panama and kept the $5 grand she gave him for the service. Actively defying the coyote's call to return to Ecuador and stuck in Panama, she calls her stateside half-brother and gives him the phone number of a second coyote she met in Ecuador. That coyote calls his network in Panama and gets her to Guatemala. Once in Guatemala, she's placed at a camp and waits 3 days until her coyotes are given the all clear to cross the border into Mexico. When they reach the Mexican state of Chihuahua, my mother and 8 others were sent to cross the border in Arizona. However, they first had to cross a large part of the Sonoran Desert toward a safe house located by the border. After 6 hours of walking, they were picked up by a car and dropped off at the safe house. At the safe house, they were informed on what was going to happen and to say that if they were caught, that they were from the Mexican state of Veracruz. Leaving the safe house, they approached the Mexican border town named Agua Prieta. They, one by one, went to sit around the bleachers at a children's baseball game, and one at a time walked toward a sedan parked for them. The coyote placed my mother in front with him, and 7 others huddled in a ball in the back. The 7 others were quite mad that my mother was placed in the front, although the coyote did not necessarily heed what they had said. My mother was told to call out the speed that the driver was going and the limit. After reaching a van parked near Phoenix, the 8 were hooded and placed at the back of a safe house. However, the homeowner of this safe house was known to prey upon young women who went on this journey alone. But the coyote, knowing he would act this way, barricaded himself and my mother and a few other women in a room with a dresser, then called his superiors. After waiting the night terrified, my mother was placed in the back of a van, hooded, and driven to another location located in Phoenix. Upon her release, she saw that she was at a large mansion. She was immediately introduced to the owner, a rather important figure to the specific cartel. Alongside him, there were 2 women, and upon closer inspection, my mother had seen that these 3 had extremely noticeable bloodshot eyes. Seeing my mother's uneasiness and knowing why she's there, one of the women felt the need to comment, "You won't have to lock your door as he'll be too busy with us." The following night, my mother proceeded to lock the door to the bedroom she was given. The following day, my mother left her room and went toward an indoor bar. At the bar, she ordered a coffee and sat around the bar next to the owner. She then asked what country he was from. In a Mexican accent, he said that he was from Ecuador, Chile, and Peru. My mother asked how, and he said money, and that he could pay for any desire he wants. Furthering their conversation, he started to mention on how my mother had to pay him $2 grand if she wanted her flight to Chicago. My mother then called her father, who spent a couple hours trying to gather up $2 grand. And by the end of the day, she was in Chicago. But before leaving, she was given his phone number, which she never did call. Ultimately, it took her 5 months to reach the United States from Ecuador, and finally talk with her father and ask him why he abandoned his family in Ecuador so many years ago. Next up, Allison.
Hi, I'm Allison Price, and I'm a junior here at Fremd, and I'm Miss Inc. 6th hour. Today, I'm going to be sharing something I wrote following a discussion we had in my child development class, then more recently in psychology, combining the general consensus I've heard and my experience on the typical roles siblings take on based on birth order. I called it stereotypically the youngest. My name is Allison, and I'm the youngest of 3 kids in my family. As the youngest, I got my phone at the youngest age, got away with the most things growing up, and obviously, I'm the baby and therefore the favorite of the family. I get insight on the best and worst classes before the next school year, and maybe the most underrated perk, I have 3 tutors 24/7 and they can't say no. As the youngest child, I've been told the stereotypes hundreds of times, and while it may be my job to deny them and to attempt to gaslight the world to believe they aren't true, I can also admit a lot of them are. I was spoiled more than my siblings, bratty at times, and some things that weren't my fault definitely were. It's true. Regardless of how much my siblings held it over my head, how much I tried to change. Like all the youngest children, I had my moments of using the manipulative charm that comes with being the baby of the family to my advantage. But every coin has 2 sides, so let me restart. Hi, my name is Allison, sometimes Emily, and very rarely Mason. I'm the youngest child, and almost every milestone I've hit was the last time it would happen for my family. From the time I was born, I was given the responsibility to be the final impression my family has in many situations. I constantly feel the pressure to fill the footprints that my siblings left behind. Being the final time many things will happen in our family, I feel pressure to do it right, even if there is no right or wrong way to do it. Everything I do needs to be perfect in my eyes. I expect myself to achieve a level of perfection that's vastly unreasonable, and while my parents have never told me I had to get all A's, when I don't, I still feel as if I've disappointed the legacy my sister left, even if it's completely fine when I get a B. Furthermore, my siblings are amazing, and they did outstanding in school, leaving me with the pressure to fill their footprints after every "Are you Mason and Emily's sister?" that I hear. I hold attachment to things I've seen pass through the family. By the time I get something, I've seen almost 3 years of use out of it. in which I begin to associate certain memories with the thing. I know that once I am done with it, whether it be a toy, article of clothing, a bike, etc., we'll donate it to the next family, losing the memories I had attached with it. This has left me to keep many things I don't need anymore solely for the memories of my siblings I've associated with it. The same phone I got a few months early is now the only way I have to talk to my siblings, because the innocent 3rd, 5th, and 6th graders turned into a junior in high school, a first year, and a second year in college. I watched as my siblings grew up, graduated, and moved to college, and I stayed here, alone. Don't get me wrong, if given the chance, I'd be the youngest child again 100 times over. It's been incredible getting to watch my role models grow up and start to accomplish their dreams. Being the youngest comes with undeniable perks, but also with an equal amount of overlooked burdens. Thank you. Next we have Sophia.
Hi, I'm Sophia. Before I get started, I want to give a quick shout out to Mrs. Budala's 6th period lit class. So the first piece I have is a college supplemental that I wrote, and the prompt was a little more fluid, so it let me take it in a more creative direction. So here it is. Wordle, Vertex, Spelling Bee, more recently Connections, and back to Spelling Bee, all completed in the first 15 minutes of my first period class. I angle my school iPad screen away from the teacher's desk to ensure my playing is not interrupted by today's lesson plan. Anyone can avoid schoolwork, but few can avoid it productively. As an avid New York Times games player, I am a proud constituent of this minority. From bored high school students in class to Harvard PhD researchers, community members pervade a wide variety of spaces. The New York Times games community is not exclusive, but it does require a degree of dedication. While Wordle pressures members to keep up their daily streak, Spelling Bee is a bit more ambiguous, in that one's success cannot be defined so plainly. The 8-letter honeycomb may seem like a daunting task, but with enough practice and your community, literally, anyone can climb the ladder of affirmation to Queen Bee. Though I struggled to complete the mini crossword in under a minute, and am still trying to get the Wordle down to a 3-guess tops formula, I appreciate the fulfilling and enjoyable challenge that these games provide. While I should be studying, I feel justified in that my opponent is the New York Times. I'm learning to be less dependent on community hints, just like I'm learning to be more independent in everyday life. I'm scared to leave my usual hive next year, but I can't wait to attend this university where I will form new communities and strengthen already present ones. And then the next, I have a poem next, so I'll just get into it. Sunlight creeps through wrinkled white curtains. A fan pummels the air above me, and I'm sorting through dusty boxes, but very quickly because I have better things to do and my room isn't even that messy. I'm sorting. Piles of keep and donate line the wall, a formulation of organization. It feels good to be so tidy, so responsible. Empty boxes, unread books, worn out clothing stretched thin on the carpet. Old notebooks, my middle school Chromebook case that God knows how many times I dropped, emerge from the depths of the sorting routine. I close the doors to my closet as I move across the room to my desk and begin to organize the top 2 drawers. I work my way down to the middle drawer before finally opening the last. I remove plastic jars of candy wrappers, a pen dispenser, and a pencil case, and my hand hits something. I fish around and pull out a small, dark blue sequined purse. I trace my fingers through its uneven texture, across its soft lining, examine the metal clasp as my hands turn heavy. I'm suddenly transported downstairs, eagerly watching out the window as the gold-colored truck with an Ohio license plate pulls into the driveway. I'm suddenly brought back to that day my ama taught me to cook canned tuna, to gently scrape the tuna into columns so it can dry up evenly and crisply. I'm suddenly brought back to the condo, where I watched my agong excitedly set up his train set in the living room, barely able to contain himself as he powered the tracks on. I'm suddenly centered back in the present, and now I'm sobbing, because I'm not 13 anymore, and I graduate in May, and I don't figure skate anymore, and my ama and agong are no longer here. It's just so goddamn hot in this room too. I open my door, allowing cool air to enter, before returning to the bottom drawer and softly placing the purse back. I close the drawer and begin to hurriedly organize what remains on the floor. Because after all, I'm just sorting, and my room isn't even that messy. Thank you.
I'm going to sing this down.
Hello, I'm Estelle Wong. Shout out to my 6-hour class. The shapeshifter, a being of many forms, a jack of all trades, yet for all the things that a shapeshifter can turn into, the one thing they can't be is human. The face thief. Oh, dearest Creator, won't you hear my plea? Give me the gift of humanity. Of all the things eternal and true, humans possess the most prized object of all, the ability to create. They create paintings and pottery, ideas and philosophies, fires and castles and empires and life. In the span of a single insignificant 80-year existence, a human individual can create a legacy that lasts for centuries. I envy their capacity for creativity and innovation. You see, although I call myself an artist, I cannot create original ideas. Creation is the domain of humankind, a gift that is not, unfortunately, bestowed to me. Instead, I find other avenues for creation. Human faces, for example, are a huge inspiration. How much I love the human face, the way you can read their emotions from the flick of an eyelash to the contorted muscles of a scowl. I love their crooked teeth and their pimpled cheeks, their sullen eye bags, their burns, and their birthmarks. Histories are etched onto sagging wrinkles and faded scars or inherited from genetic legacies of bygone ancestors. They appear in an infinite variety of shapes and colors and sizes sculpted by the hands of a masterful creator. If I could kiss those perfect and precious faces, every single one of them, how I would in earnest. But I have no face of my own. I am nothing but an amorphous form, immortal and inevitable as the universe itself. In my naked skin, humans only see the manifestation of their worst fears tenfold. And an immortal can only enjoy the thrill of terrorizing innocent lives before the sensation of sadistic excitement too bleeds into the dull and monotonous reality of eternal life. How much I yearn to be human, or at least they have the potential to make something better of their lives. Finality hangs over them like a foreboding cloud, and yet they persist in defiance of imminent fate, as though death weren't an obstacle, but their inspiration. Humans, such peculiar creatures. I want to be seen as one of them, but they reject me because they see only what they fear. To walk among them, I must take a face of their own. Oh, I'm not picky. I browse faces along paved streets or dirt roads, settling on the first ones I see. Young or old, tall or short, skinny or stout, I don't discriminate. I sculpt myself into their shapes as meticulously as the Creator did, working cell by cell, strand by strand, bone by bone, until my nothingness turns into something beautiful, something humanoid. At first, I thought that all it took to be human was to look like one. I spent centuries perfecting the proportions of their bodies, the texture of their skin, the follicles on their head. But I learned from experience that appearance alone is not enough. Humans hunt down what they don't understand, with pitchforks, with torches, with stones. To be human, you must perform as though you were always human. So I can't only wear their faces, I must live their lives. When I take the guise of someone's brother, or their mother, or their daughter, or cousin, or lover, or stranger they have yet to meet, I must convince myself that I was never anything but, that I was always someone's father, that I was always someone's friend. Sometimes it works. I would trade my immortality for the feeling that humans call love. Alas, whatever love a human gives, It's not for the bearer, but for the face I bear. All of my faces are masks I wear. Humanity is a mask. I can pretend to be the mask all I desire, but in the end, it must be taken off sooner or later. You get itchy, you know. And rejection hurts more than immortality. So, dearest Creator, won't you hear my plea? Give me the gift of humanity, or must I take from what you never gave me? Thank you.
All right, let's give one last round of applause. In about 5 minutes. Does anybody have any questions for any of the presenters today? Any questions? Yeah. Okay, so Estelle, what inspired you to write your piece?
I can't quite explain it was kind of like an idea that came to me, like I was thinking about what it means to be a shapeshifter, and the themes of like identity and how could I express like what it means to be like a person but also feel like you're not a person, and I thought shapeshifters like encapsulated the experience of like being human while not fully being human.
Thank you. That's a great question. And a great response, too. Yeah, question?
Your story is very great. I love it. That's amazing.
We just had a compliment that your story was great. All right, there we go. Yeah, applause, absolutely. How's my presenting though? Is it okay? I'm all right. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, in the back.
It's for Joshua. Is Joshua's mom, is he ever scared of his mom getting deported by ICE?
Okay, well, I think what we need to remember is that when we ask a question like that, we want to remember that there's a person at the other end of that question, right? So I think what we should do is we should reframe that question, which is the idea of fear that can sometimes happen with people that are in this country. So has fear ever been brought up in your family before?
No, because my mother married an American, which basically means that she has residency, so she can't be deported.
There you have it. Thank you. Oh, we have a question. Yes, Mr. Anderson. What's the process like to be working on a book for years?
I mean, it's a lot of on and off of like writing when I have the time, just because with school, with swim team, there's not always much time to write. And then it's a lot of looking back at old work and seeing, okay, this is a great idea. How would I express that now? So it's a lot of retreading work as well.
Real quick, just a reminder, if you're interested in grabbing a caramel apple pop or a friendship bracelet for $1, please head on up, we'll take care of that. Otherwise, have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good.
other way around.
Good job, guys. Have a good rest of the
How's your day, guys? Oh my god, is Gabby back there?
No, not this period.
Dang it.
It's supposed to be volleyball. I just beat this level. Wait, hey, no, I'm sorry. No, it's not. No, it's not. What? You need me? Bro, Erica? I don't wear Dude, I don't know the difference. I'm autistic. I'm not playing anything. Bro, it's just a game. Bro. It's because it's volleyball. It's volleyball.
Oh, I failed my basketball. My grasping shot glitched out. You know, like I kind of like knew like my second like or something, and then just got stuck with it. I couldn't do like the actual like 100 stages over. I couldn't get like the 4 minutes. No, I know, but no, like the first one was easy. One of us wants to lie. Bro, I'm still the same. You don't even know 100 people. You don't know 100 people. I know 100 people. There's one. I forgot to close the door. Oh my God.
So you put on Taylor Swift? Well, thank you for
I'll continue it.
Thank you, Patrick.
Oh, military's over there. Oh, literally just sit here, bro. So just move at first. Yeah, I just wait. What?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hello, 7th hour. Welcome to Writers Week. Writers Week 30. There you go. So today we are going to welcome 2 Fremd graduates to the stage. We do have a couple of quick announcements to make. First of all, thank you to the boosters. Truly, we could not do this without them. Also, thank you to Fremd Tech. We also could literally not do this without all of you, so thank you so much. We appreciate you. Let's have a hand for Fremd Tech. So, Writers Week happens through the efforts of a lot of people. tomorrow night that we hope you come to. It will be a performance of the Just Break Up podcast. It is free for you to attend, and we think it's going to be a really great time. So grab your friends, bring them back, and get ready to be entertained. It will be Sierra Mulder and Sam Blackwell, who are the hosts of the Just Break Up podcast, and they will be here with us. So today I have two graduates who never met before today, but lots of people, including me, are telling them that they are going to be best friends by the time the hour is over. So Elise Leibovich graduated from Fremd in 2001, and Tamar Alexanian graduated from Fremd in 2012. And when Mr. Anderson and I were thinking about how we were going to celebrate Writers Week 30, it's the student performance hours that are always the most popular. We thought if we can figure out a way to bring that energy back, that would be amazing. And so we invited a bunch of our graduates, and we got such high energy responses. They were dropping everything in their adult lives to come back here to Fremd and celebrate Writers Week 30 with all of us. And we appreciate it so much. We do not take them for granted for a second. So as a way to have some fun with some different eras of Writers Week, we gave each grad the prompt to frame their presentation around a different Taylor Swift song. She is, after all, Time Magazine's Person of the Year. And their presentation will not be about a specific song, but inspired by that. They might share a story about a time they were able to shake it off, or about a specific cruel summer, the last time they were fearless, or maybe it's about karma. Whatever they choose to speak on, I know that you will enjoy yourself tremendously. Okay, so first up, help me welcome Tamar Alexanian to the Writers Week stage.
Okay, cool. I'm Tamar. Back in the fall of 2011, with my mouth full of braces, and my old school assignment notebook clutched to my chest, I would walk to Mr. Romano's 6th period AP psychology class. Mr. Romano was an excellent teacher in all the ways you want a teacher to be excellent. He made us laugh, he let us eat during class, and he never marked a slate no matter how tardy we were. Mr. Romano's class was also so thoroughly entertaining that I often left thinking, well, that was great, but we really didn't do anything productive. Only to discover that when I got home and opened my psychology textbook, he had somehow tricked us into learning all of the psych concepts we needed to learn. I hope all of you get to experience an excellent teacher like that. Anyway, Mr. Romano was great, but he also scared me a tiny little bit. Anyone who has met Mr. Romano is probably confused by what I just said. You're talking about that retired social studies teacher who still hangs out with all the cool Fremd English teachers, right? The Italian guy with the really short legs who's always smiling. Yep, that's the one. Mr. Romano scared me just the tiniest bit because he was the only teacher I ever had who did not appreciate how much of an overachiever I was. And let me tell you, I was an A+ overachiever. One time, one of my teachers, who may or may not be in this room right now, offhandedly said he would give us extra credit if we brought coconut macaroons to class. So I showed up the next day at 7:30 a.m., first period, with a small container of uniformly perfect coconut macaroons. As I handed the teacher this extra credit assignment, he says, "Oh, I meant coconut macaroons for the entire class, not just a small container for me, but don't worry about it." But of course I was gonna worry about it. What about my extra credit? So I went home and I baked more perfectly uniform coconut macaroons and delivered them to class at 7:30 a.m. the next day. I assume my fellow classmates tolerated this ridiculous behavior because it resulted in big fits for them. Anyway, Mr. Romano didn't seem to find my overachieving habits nearly as impressive as all of my other teachers did. In fact, I had overheard Mr. Romano talking about how he actually liked teaching non-AP classes more because the AP kids were sort of intense. Can you believe that? AP kids sort of intense? But the thing that scared me the most was that on every assignment I ever handed in, Mr. Romano would write, "Good, now go ride your bike." That was it. The first time Mr. Romano passed one of my assignments back with a note on top, I rushed to cover up my paper, stunned with embarrassment. I tried to glance nonchalantly around the room to see if my classmates' papers had the same admonishment. Nope, just me. Maybe he'd made some sort of mistake, I concluded, trying to reduce the red creeping into my cheeks while putting my paper back in my backpack. But then he wrote on my next assignment, and my next assignment, and my next assignment. What does a comment like that even mean? Was I supposed to laugh? Was it a joke? Did I need to ride a bike to get a better grade? I mean, come on. Who had time to ride a bike? And actually, I hated riding bikes. I was just there to learn a little bit about psychology, get a good grade, get some college credit, and I would be on my way. No coconut macaroons for you, Mr. Romano, and no bike riding for me. 3 years later, I was standing in front of a white bicycle with a cute little woven basket in Copenhagen, Denmark, on a freezing cold January morning. My host family, including my host dad Ulrich, my host mom Karen, and my host little sister Ida, were all towering behind me. Danes are astonishingly tall, for those of you who don't know, and I am 5'4" and 3/4, waiting patiently for me to mount my bike. During dinner the night before, Ulrich had offhandedly said, "We have your bike and helmet all ready for you. We'll take you on a practice ride tomorrow to make sure you know all the Danish biking rules and customs and to prepare you for your biking course." It was true. I had signed up for an urban studies course called Bikeable Copenhagen, taught completely while riding a bike. But I had partially signed up for the course because the woman at Vanderbilt's Study Abroad office said that the Study Abroad program in Copenhagen was sort of hard to get into, and that I would have a better shot of getting in if I signed up for Danish cultural courses like that one. I figured if I hadn't sufficiently warmed up to the idea of taking a class that was taught while biking around a city in the freezing cold winter in Denmark by the time class started, I would just switch to a different class. No problem. So there I was, in front of my host family, struggling to mount my bike because the bottom of my knee-length black puffy winter coat kept getting caught on the seat cushion, wondering why I hadn't changed my class schedule yet. Off we went, 3 blonde, tall host family members and me, around their quaint neighborhood. I realized as we rolled up to the house a half hour later, the lesson thankfully over, that I was going to be stuck biking for the entire semester in the Danish freezing cold. And that's exactly what I did. Twice a week, I would meet up with 30 other students and we'd follow behind my unbelievably elegant teacher as we biked all over Copenhagen. I hoped to never be as cold as I was biking around that semester, half paying attention to the words reverberating through my headphones that connected to my teacher lecturing, and half trying to figure out how the same teacher was always wearing high heels while she was biking. Do I wish I had switched into another class when I had the chance? Nope. It was one of the coolest ways I've ever earned class credit. And for all of you fellow overachievers and AP kids out there that are on the edge of your seats, I got an A in that class. I came back from taking my Bikeable Copenhagen class, and I still didn't like biking very much. But on top of that, the class had turned me into a biking culture snob. The US doesn't have the infrastructure to protect bikers, I would say anytime anyone mentioned biking around me. We have a lot of injuries and fatalities here that are completely avoidable if we just instituted better infrastructural mechanisms to protect bikers. Yes, I had taken exactly 1 urban studies course and was now sounding like a complete asshole. But I figured this new perfectly sound reasoning would keep me far away from biking for a while. And it did, for about 2 years. That's when I somehow found myself careening down a giant mountain on an unpaved road in Taiwan on a bike. I had gone on exactly 3 dates with this guy, Adam, before I moved to Taiwan for a 1-year teaching position, which is not how I had imagined starting a solid relationship. So after a few months of sending him snail mail letters, I worked up the courage to ask him to visit me in Taiwan. I asked him in a letter that I had written and rewritten again, trying to make sure every word was exactly right, that the ink for my pen didn't smudge anywhere on the page. "I think we have something special here," I wrote, pretending to be more sure of myself than I actually was. I think we should give this a try. So Adam flew halfway around the world for a 1-week visit to Taiwan, and I planned a week-long trip for us traveling around the island. I figured that was the least I could do after he spent $800 and about 18 hours to get to me. Obviously, there are many potential problems with planning a week-long trip in a foreign country with your sort of boyfriend who you've only been on 3 dates with. But my biggest problem was that Adam spoke 0 Mandarin, and I had learned a grand total of about 20 words since I moved there. So I was trying to act all cool and in control in front of Adam while simultaneously not understanding the vast majority of what anyone was saying to us at any time. Which is how we ended up in an old green truck with a pudgy hostel owner who did not speak any English. When we woke up that morning, the hostel owner and I had played a form of charades that I had grown very accustomed to in a country where I didn't speak the language. After a little bit of back and forth, I turned to Adam and I said, "Okay, we're good." He's gonna drive us up a nearby mountain so we can take a nice scenic hike, and he'll come and pick us up at the end of the trip. I was beaming with confidence and excitement, double knotting my gym shoes for good measure before hopping excitedly into the truck. But when we got to the top of the mountain, the hostel owner lowered the bed of his truck and started taking a rusty bike out. I looked at Adam, still trying to play it cool. Maybe the hostel owner was gonna take the bike around a little bit while he waited for us to be done with our hike. But after putting the first bike down on the ground, he reached back into the truck and pulled out a second bike, and it finally dawned on me that I had definitely lost the game of charades that morning. Adam and I needed to bike down the mountain and get back to the hostel by ourselves. There would be no pickup service. Adam and I have been together for 8 years now. When we tell the story of our 4th date, aka his 1-week trip to Taiwan, he always tells people that he knew he was falling in love with me when he watched me get on the bike, throwing caution to the wind, and start careening down the mountain in Taiwan. I didn't tell him for many years that I actually hate biking. 4 years after that, the pandemic happened. I had been in South Africa studying abroad during law school when the pandemic hit. With nowhere else to go, I found myself in a 1-bedroom bungalow beach house with 7 other members of Adam's outrageous family and a dog during the summer of 2020. Adam had at this point turned into my fiance and had promised this would be a great idea. "We'll be at the Jersey Shore while we work remotely and we wait for the pandemic to blow over," he had exclaimed. "This is great. Who doesn't love the beach?" I mean, I like the beach just as much as the next person, but what I didn't like was staying in the same room as my fiance's sister, his mom, his dad, his aunt, his cousin's fiance, and his cousin's fiance's dog, all in various stages of undress. And the worst part was, Adam's family had a horrible habit of riding bikes every night after dinner. It was like clockwork. Before the last person had even finished eating, his dad would rush out of the door to prep the bikes, including putting flashing lights on both the front and the back for safety. The first few times it happened, I smiled tightly and I suffered through the slow and lazy bike ride. But once I realized this was to be a nightly habit, I put my foot down. Dr. B, which is what I called Adam's dad because he's a retired dentist and also very eccentric. "I'm going to stay back. I don't really like biking." It was like a scene in a movie where everyone stops moving and stares aghast at the person who just dropped horrible news. "You don't like biking?" Dr. B responded incredulously. It was as if I had said, "I don't like puppies," or "I don't like sunshine." They were being very dramatic. "No, not really," I replied. "What is there not to like?" "Well, American infrastructure," I started, and then I rethought my strategy. There was virtually no cars on the wide one-way street we biked, and Dr. B put on so many flashing and neon lights on the bikes that to object for safety reasons was definitely a losing argument. "I would ride if someone else was dealing with the steering," I finally said, matter-of-factly. I picked up my plate and I put it in the sink, ignoring everyone's eyes staring at the back of me. Everyone else went on the bike ride that night without me, and I was in heaven, blissfully reading my book in the tiny bungalow house alone for the first time in weeks. I had finally hit the jackpot. And the next morning I was in the middle of a Zoom meeting when I heard Adam burst out laughing while looking out the window. "What is it?" I said, barely looking up from my laptop. But Adam would not stop laughing. In fact, he was now holding his stomach and gasping for breath, still looking out the window. "What is it?" I repeated more impatiently. When I realized Adam wouldn't be able to pull it together anytime soon, I walked over to the window to see for myself what all the fuss was about. And parked at the curb was Dr. B's giant black car, the trunk halfway open, with something large sticking at least 5 feet out the back. How did he drive with that giant thing sticking out? And then it dawned on me. That giant thing was a tandem bicycle. A tandem bicycle just for me. You said you don't like steering, Adam said while wiping a tear from one of his eyes. Problem solved. Every summer since then, whenever Adam and I are back at my in-laws' beach house, the tandem bike comes out and I have to hop onto the back. There really are no other excuses that would work. It would be great to end this piece by saying, and now I'm an avid bike rider. I'm training for a giant cross-country trip. But I still absolutely hate biking, so that's not where the story is going. These rides have, however, taught me a number of good lessons. Copenhagen biking taught me, of course, how to sound like a pretentious asshole about biking infrastructure and safety. But more importantly, it taught me how vivid, how important, and how meaningful learning experiences could be in the real world outside of the four walls of a classroom and a textbook. Taiwan biking taught me the importance of using Google Translate instead of playing a game of charades when there are language barriers. But more importantly, it taught me that big risks with love and with biking sometimes have the biggest rewards. And New Jersey biking taught me that my in-laws are persistent as hell and that I will never again have a moment of quiet to read by myself in the tiny bungalow beach house. But more importantly, it taught me that sometimes you just have to get into having fun. It is, as most of you probably already know, annoying as hell when teachers are right. But Mr. Romano sort of nailed it on this one. 17-year-old me could not have even imagined all of the life lessons I would learn while begrudgingly pedaling through all of these unexpected places. Now all of you, go ride a bike.
Hello. Thank you to my new best friend, Tamar. We just met a few minutes ago and we're best friends already, which is pretty nice. So 30 years of Writers Week. I can't believe it. I want to thank Ms. Ink and Mr. Anderson for inviting me back here, not just as a presenter, but also being so gracious many, many years, letting me just come back and lurk in the shadows to absorb it all. As a whole, I credit Writers Week for giving me a sense of belonging and community during high school, and it's so heartwarming to see how it's had that same effect on so many other students for 3 decades now. My first experience attending Writers Week was my freshman year, which was in 1998, when my Spanish teacher brought us to the auditorium to hear Gwendolyn Brooks speak, which was pretty amazing. And it blew my mind. I had no idea what we were coming in here for. I don't know if Mr. Gertoni, who's one of my closest friends, is in the house, but he and I were, we were sitting in that back row in the middle, and we both just were like, what is this? And it was amazing, and I went on to skip my next 3 classes in order to get my book signed by her, and it's one of my favorite memories. The following year was the first time in 1999 that I spoke during Writers Week as a student, and I was sitting right around over there when someone asked Jane Hamilton, who's a Midwestern author, if she had any advice for aspiring writers, and her reply was, remember everything. And I never forgot that. And it's been a driving force in my writing then and still now. I even bought myself a ring recently that has the word remember engraved on it. So sticking with the era's theme, I felt like the most obvious choice was Welcome to New York, because that's where I ended up after I graduated from here in 2001. I expected a lot of things from moving to New York City, but something I never could have fathomed was living within a mile of a terrorist attack. And yet, that is how my first year of college began. I didn't know anyone there yet, and I had only been in school for 3 days, so I spent a lot of time by myself, writing that day and the week following, and sending what I wrote home in email to friends and family and a lot of teachers here as well. So this is a poem I wrote to help remember some of the personally more mundane details of September 11th, and it's called This Is What I Remember. Standing on Fifth Avenue, camera in hand, the girl next to me sobbing into a cell phone. He's in there and people are just standing here taking pictures, and I kept shooting. Talking to my best friend Jenny on the phone, the Pentagon exploding on my TV screen. She said, we're at war, I don't want to hang up with you. And I hung up the phone.
anticipating a love letter, the emptiness of my mailbox, returning a VHS tape to Hollywood Video, staring at masked faces on the way. Am I in a movie? But I also can't breathe. Jumping over a rain puddle the night before, giggling while wondering out loud, what would happen if lightning struck a skyscraper? But an airplane? No, an airplane never crossed my mind. And so our brains are like a funny thing. They kind of, I don't know, prevent us from really fully experiencing trauma in the moment. And so it wasn't until years later that I really started to feel the effects of what I actually witnessed that day. And when that happened, it would just instantly transport me back. And so this next poem is one that I wrote years later after I spent a day at the Art Institute. And it's called The Modern Wing, a poem in 3 parts. 1. The new Modern Wing opened at the museum, and on the last day of celebratory free admission and the start of Memorial Day weekend, I walked through the slender glass doors. The first piece of art I come across is a picture hanging on the wall outside the photography wing. It's a rooftop view of the lower Manhattan skyline. I watch 2 girls point at it, share some thoughts, and walk away. The thing is, before that day, there wouldn't really be a reason to take a second glance at this photo. But as the 2 girls walk away, I step forward close enough that I forget I'm in a museum, and I remember what those towers looked like, and I remember that plane, its wings outstretched, and I remember the smell of cremation, and I remember being 18. As my chest tightens and I will myself to the present, I notice there are 2 topless girls in the photo, smiling at each other on an adjacent rooftop, their arms outstretched towards the sky, mimicking the structures towering behind them. When Epstein captured this moment on film in 1998, I imagined this was the subject within the bigger picture. 2. Upstairs, there is an entire room decorated in United States wallpaper, and on each wall there is a framed full-page spread of the New York Times, all from September 12th. The artists sketch bodies embracing atop the newsprint and the black and white photographs of people running and of people tumbling out of windows. I stumble around this room in a daze. The pastel states are scattered and separate on the walls. I remember what we are memorializing. I remember when this war started. I remember the death count overseas. I try to remember why this war began in the first place. The reason escapes me because there is no reason. 3. I leave the museum, and outside the Aeon building stands on its own and looks eerily like one of the twins. I remember when there was one left standing. I remember when this was called the Standard Oil Building, and I remember what it felt like to see 0. Okay, so then fast forwarding a little bit. In 2003, while I was still living in New York, my cousin Jeff and his son Tyler is actually a senior here at Fremd, but I think he had math this period and wasn't able to come, but if you are out there, Tyler, hello. His dad shared genealogy research with me, and using that information, I went on a little adventure to the Lower East Side and subsequently wrote this poem that same night. And it's called 109 Ludlow Street. Every time I ask about my great-grandfather, relatives deny knowing anything, except that his name was Michael and he died from a heart attack when my bubby was only 16. What I know of him are 6 stolen photographs, creased and slightly blurry. Rumors circulated that he came from somewhere in South America. On my bubby's deathbed, I asked her if the rumors of her dad rang true. I think she slightly shook her head, but I wouldn't swear to it. Maybe someone made it up to explain why she was named Juanita. Then a paper surfaced, naturalization certificate number 1423062. Immigrated from Russia through Ellis Island on May 5th, 1920, including a New York City address.
down East Broadway, down Pike, down Canal, turning left on Ludlow, just past Delancey before Katz's Deli on the corner of Houston. 82 years later, the air is still bitter. I am not wearing a jacket. The sky is white. There is more graffiti than people. I find the apartment building rising 6 stories above a tailor shop. Cross the street to stand closer to these bricks. Step in front of an oncoming car and jump back. Look at its license plate, my initials. Coincidence constantly mocks me. I am in the same doorway, on the same steps, my face pushed up against the same dirty glass window. A pigeon lands at my feet and cocks its head at the fire escape ladders the same way I do. I tell it I love its wings. I confess to the bird what's hidden behind walls and dragged behind boats. The city's at a standstill. Michael found Anne. She is my namesake. I'm going to keep walking and whispering to birds. Someday, I will be an ancestor. And a quick fun fact as I jump into this last piece is that I went back to see that building a few years ago, and as I was posing in front of the door for a picture that I could send home to all of these family members, someone came out of the building, and I don't know what I thought I was doing, but just very instinctively stuck my foot in the door and let myself right into that building and just went up and down the stairs as though I owned the place, holding my breath the whole time. And so I still kind of want to write an updated piece about what that felt like as well. Okay, so 20 years ago I studied abroad in Madrid, Spain. I'm glad we have that in common, yeah. And took full advantage of my passport to travel to 9 other countries besides Spain during that time. One of my classes was a travel writing class, and this is a letter I wrote to my dad that I turned in for an assignment. If I had to pick a new era for this particular piece, the closest I could find was Bejeweled. February 22nd, 2004. Dear Dad, remember 4 years ago in March when you were between jobs and had enough time to take Sherry and me to Mexico over our spring break? Bubby had died a week before we left, and therefore Mom could no longer join us. You had qualms about leaving her home alone, but we selfishly convinced you that it was necessary for us not to miss out on a vacation. Our last night in Riviera de Maya, you asked us to sit with you under the stars. You chose a spot somewhere past the intruding lights of the resort, and we planted ourselves atop white lounge chairs aligned in a row, listening to the tranquil water, reaching out, never grabbing hold, always shyly receding. You sang a few lines of Don McLean's Starry Night, the ones you knew by heart, and hummed the rest. For the next 2 hours, you talked about how people get stuck on life's trivialities and how love was all that really mattered, how badly you wanted us to experience that in the future. Neither of us said a word. Sherry might have been lulled to sleep by the sounds of the waves, but I was absorbing it all. You stressed the importance of family, especially with ours being so small, not knowing that October would kill your brother and December would steal your mother. Wow, you sighed. It's hard not to feel insignificant when there is such a vast sky overhead. The Mexican moon, a discarded nail clipping, nodded in agreement. I just got back to Spain from a weekend trip visiting Pat in Ireland. You remember him, right? He was the boy I became friends with when I turned 18, the one who played guitar in our living room with our other friend Matt for a whole week during winter break of my senior year when he thought it was a good idea to leave me home alone while you, Mom, and Sherry went to the Rose Bowl in California. He is studying abroad in Galway now. The second night I was there, we decided to take a bus an hour south of Galway to a 3-pub town called Doolin. We left as the sun was setting, both of us anxious for some hot Irish stew and traditional music. The bus dropped us off in front of the Doolin hostel. We sleepily dragged our feet towards the front door, but I happened to look up before we reached it. Pat must have heard my sharp intake of breath, or maybe I exhaled, wow. He turned around and I motioned towards the sky. Dad, you know that I used to get a thrill out of seeing a faint hint of the Big Dipper above our house in Illinois. That alone impressed me. Although I'd still stand in the cul-de-sac, always scanning the sky for any trace of other constellations before retreating inside to count the days until the next new moon. Maybe then there would be enough darkness to entice the stars to shine brighter. It was a lost cause. After dropping our stuff off in a room and eating dinner at the closest pub, Pat and I crisscrossed our way down Doolin's only main road in hopes of finding music in one of the two others. I walked with my face up most of the time, Pat calling out, right, left, to help me avoid getting hit by cars, I guess this is a theme in my work, coming from either direction. The sky was infected with stars. They spread contagiously, not leaving any black patch untouched. I was taught in 3rd grade astronomy that there are billions of stars burning throughout the galaxy, but I never expected such a fact to prove itself. Pub number 3 had what we were looking for. As the hour rolled on and the crowd thinned, we were able to sit at a wooden table only a few feet away from the cozy corner and could see the musicians' eyes closed, their fingers playing music from memory. I crossed my fingers before returning outside that the stars would still be there, that someone hadn't sneezed and carelessly blown them all away. They were all still there, perfectly placed pinholes. As we walked back, I recalled you singing Starry Night and smiled because it wasn't until a year after Mexico when we were in the Art Institute that you learned Van Gogh did not steal the title from Don McLean and that it was a painting before a song. Remnants of your voice in the Riviera trailed back to me, and I remembered what you said about never actually using your aeronautical engineering degree, about how you turned down NASA 3 times because your future wife didn't want to raise kids in Los Angeles. You could have built space shuttles, but instead you built a family. When the Tribune had a special section about the proposed space station on the moon a few years ago, I pointed it out to you. I would have been working on that. You said simply, if there was any regret mixed in, I did not hear it. If I could, I would have licked a stamp and sent those stars shooting across the Atlantic, leaving only streaks of fire above Ireland. I took my video camera out to try and document them for you, Dad, but they did not want to be caught on film, just like you. I felt like it was wrong to go to sleep then, to close my eyes to such a temporary, brilliant masterpiece. But the chilled Irish air led us to go inside. Pat and I turned the light off in our room and watched the sky for a few more minutes through the slanted window. In the morning, we walked to the ocean before our illegal trek across the cliffs of Moher. That's a story for a different time. And we shuffled along eating our breakfast of champions. For me, an ice cream cone. For him, a miniature can of Pringles. Apparently, no one in Doolin eats before noon during the off-season. Neither of us talked much, but at one point, Pat stopped walking and said, "You know what's even crazier? It's like he knew I had been still been dwelling on the night sky. All those stars are still up there right now, you just can't see them. Think about that. I'm thinking of you. Love, Elise."
Well, of course, 7th hour. You can see why we had to invite these 2 graduates back to share their stories and their writing with you. So please, one more round of applause for Tamar and Elise. And we just have maybe 1 minute, but if you want to share a Writers Week memory or a general Fremd memory.
That's tough because I would have said the Gwendolyn Brooks story, which I already said, but that was pretty incredible. I think just in general, the caliber of writers that Writers Week has brought in consistently this entire time. Like when I tell people, even just I had a PD, I'm a high school librarian, and we just had a very, very boring PD all day last Friday.
And at the end of the presentation, she put something up on the screen and said, if you guys want to come to Florida for this, and we were all like, oh my God, no. But one of the presenters is Nikki Giovanni, and I raised my hand and I was like, she came to my high school, and she was like blown away. I'm like, oh yeah, I have a stack of books this big signed by Nikki Giovanni. So yeah, Writers Week is like the most magical thing at Fremd, and I'm just so happy that it's still going strong. I came back yesterday to see Mary Fons because I still love her, and I had a very embarrassing moment with her. Oh. She apparently saved my Writers Week thank you note and has it on her fridge. So all of you who are forced to write thank you notes, you can.
Nice song choice.
It's so delightful. Like that was quite
I got it.
I thought that was 6-7.
Charlotte!
Right here.
Here? Yeah, we're here.
Okay, stay here. I like this spot.
Oh, of course not.
Next one. Oh. Annabelle, no farther than Chloe.
Maybe it was one of those relaxing ones from Amazon. Doesn't kick out. I was going to, and then some of my friends were going to see the sound of silence instead.
My class, friendly reminder that all of your stuff needs to go on when they get started. What you gotta do right now when they start, respectful to yourself. Alright, I am Mrs. Billatier, and I am not from the English department. I am from social studies. And so, the reason I tell you that is because there is no Writers' Week without the English department. And they will not come up here and toot their own horn, but I will. So I need everybody, you can give a metaphorical toot to, or you can give a big round of applause of appreciation to the English department. And we are also going to give a big thanks to the boosters and all of our parents and grown-ups in your lives that are members of the Booster Club, and to Tech Crew, and to the administration and everybody that supports this beautiful celebration of people and their experiences and stories. We are 2 days into Writers' Week, and we are at the last period of the day, and so far all of our attendees have been really, really wonderful and mindful of their choices by turning off their phones and putting away their earbuds, because today's presentation will not be Bluetoothing into those devices. It's going to be live and in person. So you're going to put those technologies away so that you can be here in this moment with each other for 40 minutes. Okay, cool. Today is one of the best periods of Writers' Week because you get to hear from your peers. And what a courageous thing it is for one of your peers to come and share their stories with their fellow Fremd Vikings. And we have 6 wonderful students here today. And I am very honored and excited to welcome to the mic for our first reader, 8th period, Joey.
name is Joey. First, I'd like to shout out Mrs. Ank's 8th period AP Lit class. I'll be reading part of my Delights and Wonders project. So this project was really just a series of journal entries that we would write for about 10 minutes at the beginning of every day for about 2 or 3 weeks. And this particular prompt was, what items would you put in a time capsule for future generations and why? Now, I'm sure I could say some profound answer to this prompt, perhaps detailing a significant object that connects to a memory, a selection of photos, or perhaps some other sentimental item. I will not. My goal will be to bury carefully selected, bewildering, and contradicting objects, not meant for future generations to learn from, but to be confused from. I will make up or alter some history that would go unnoticed from historians, but contradict most stories that have been passed down. From now on, Fremd High School used to be called Kurt Tennefer High School for 1 year until they changed the name back, RIP the Change.org petition. And as far as they're concerned, Fremd High School had 6 fire alarms during finals week. Okay, that one's too believable. Maybe change that later. I mean, there's no reason for them not to believe this. I have some very real newspaper clippings that I will create and clip myself. Depending on when it's opened, I think I can change it a little bit further. Perhaps I'll include a written non-fiction retelling of the time we almost made Terminator and Skynet real, or a chicken invasion that toppled the governments of Brazil. I may even include a photoshopped video of us with the dinosaurs, Jurassic Park style. This one's maybe too unbelievable, but if it's like opened in like 4,000, maybe people can believe it. Political history is a little bit more difficult than misinform on because a lot of it is electronically formed. So like it's probably gonna outlive most of us in this room. But some local or state events may be susceptible to some trolling. Remember that time when the governor of Illinois made walking on the sidewalk illegal in certain parts of Illinois, citing, quote, it was bad for the feng shui of the environment? I certainly do. There's a copy of the official legislation included. See, there's definitely merit to studying the past, right? We have history class for a reason. And I fully intend to include some actually real events that happened, but how about we make some more fun out of it? Thank you. Next up is Rio.
I have 2 poems, and the first one is for my bestie who's in the Air Force, and she came back on Friday, and I wrote this one about her. I also wrote like this first poem all on Sunday night, so I decided to change it. In the labyrinth of trials, when shadows grow long, a friend by my side through right and through wrong. In the darkest of times, when hope seemed to wane, she stood by my side, a constant refrain. Like a sister in spirit, always there without measure, she carried my burdens, a source of pure treasure. Through the twists and turns, the challenges we face, her unwavering support, a fortress embrace. With each passing storm and the road getting rough, her presence a balm when the going got tough. As we navigated life's tempest sea, she remained my anchor, my safe haven, you see. In moments of despair, when hope was lost, she was there to guide me no matter the cost. Through the maze of uncertainty and the shadows that fell, she helped me rediscover a hope, a tale to tell. So here's a heartfelt thanks for all you've done, for being my rock, my moon, my sun. In the tapestry of life, you're a thread so divine, a friend like no other, forever entwined. As the time grew near, excitement took hold, counting the moments more precious than gold. A sisterly bond, crystal clear and so bright. In your presence, everything feels just right. Through the ebb and flow and the passage of time, you've been my solace, a reason to rhyme. In this journey together, come joy or strife, you're my blood bestie, my partner in crime. I love you so much, more than words can convey, a bond unbroken, come what may. I'll never forget all you've done for me, engraved in my heart for eternity. I used to swim, so I wrote this when I did. Beneath the shimmering surface still, in tranquil waters, a test of will, but a voice inside says you must strive to navigate this liquid world alive. With hesitation, I inch to the brink, where liquid mysteries dance and link, each ripple a secret, a tale untold. In this aquatic realm, I find my bold. Early mornings, the waters chill, determination, a fiery thrill. Lane by lane, I test my skill, for this is how I find my will. Morning calls, a grumble and groan, but within these hours, my dedication shown. Late night practices under the moon's gentle thrill, I trade my precious sleep for skill. Through early hours, I test my might. In the depths of night, I change the light. For in the world of sports, where dreams take flight, I embrace the grind day and night. The water's depths, a realm unknown, once stirred my fears, a chill had grown. But with each stroke, I break the night, and in my journey, find newfound light. Counting laps as the clock keeps time, pushing through fatigue, I climb, not knowing when the clock strikes 5, because my spirits soar so high. Each stumble, each fall, a lesson to learn. My love for the game, it continues to burn. Through every defeat, I find strength in you, for it's in these struggles my character grew. Through every lap, I conquer fright, and every breath, I reclaim my might. With each stroke, I'm sure this choice is right. From the starting blocks to the walls I race, in the water's embrace, I find my place. With passion and heart, I'll always embrace, 'cause in the water I set my pace. In every turn, a challenge to meet. In each stroke, a rhythm so sweet. Through dedication, I find my feet. In this watery world, my journey complete. It's not the victory that I adore, but the journey's highs and the moments I explore. In loving this sport through trials that persist, I find in its challenges a love that's pure and kissed. No longer bound by an unknown tie, I've discovered the strength I cannot hide. In overcoming, I've come to find the depths of courage within my mind. With teammates by my side, I cheer. Through every win and every fear, together we conquer year by year, because our bonds are crystal clear. In these lanes, friendships take flight, through chlorine-scented days and starry nights. In the waters deep, we share our dreams and frights, because our connections are pure and friendships secure. So I'll keep pushing forward with passion untamed. In this sport I love, my soul is forever framed. For it's in the struggles that true love is found, and every triumph and setback on hallowed ground. So to the pool I'll always return, no matter how much my muscles burn. For in these waters I'll always learn, 'cause this is where my heart burns. And when I stumble, falter, or despair, I'll remember this journey, the bonds I shared. For with the smallest bit of encouragement I'll rise, with unwavering determination in my eyes.
Before I start, I just wanted to give a shout out to Mrs. Ink's 8th grade AP Lit class. Alright, so a little bit of context for what I wrote. I knew I wanted to do Writers Week for my senior year. And I saw that submissions were opening up, so I just kind of wrote this laying in bed, but I really like it. I have never had a best friend. Yes, maybe I had a few favorites, but never a two-sided good friendship. It was possible in first grade with my friend Amelia, but I soon moved away. I never kept in contact with her, we were only 7. On the first day of elementary school, Olivia was the only person who spoke Polish in my class. She was a year older and only was my friend because she had to be, and she had to translate for me. After I learned English, our friendship faded out. In 3rd grade, I got a best friend, but she already had one. She was my best friend, close to a sister, but I wasn't hers. In 5th grade, I had 2 best friends, but they had known each other since birth. Nothing could separate them, and they're still best friends. In middle school, I went through a couple best friends, yet we weren't each other's best friends. They had their own. And all throughout high school, I did not have a best friend. Well, maybe I did, but I never felt enough to be someone's best friend. They had one before, and jealousy grew on me, and I hated their best friend. I envied them. I wanted to be them. What made me different? Was it my sense of humor, or was it just time? Was time the only thing keeping me from having a best friend? Or, sorry, being a best friend? And I just wanted, to feel really wanted by someone, and to be someone's best friend. She sat on her porch waiting for the right time to tell her what was wrong. She sat and stared at the road, waiting and waiting. A friend asked, "What are you looking at? Why are you looking?" She didn't answer. Days went by like cars on a highway. She sat there in the pouring rain for the right time. Her friend asked, "Are you okay? You look like you jumped in a pool." Her friend didn't answer. Her best friend yelled, "Why aren't you talking to me? You know you can tell me about anything." She turned away and sighed. Things aren't going the way I planned. Nothing, my life is over. The girl looked up at her friend in desperation. "I won't be here much longer." The friend was appalled. She said, "You're going to be okay. The doctor said you were going to be okay. The medicine is working." The girl looked back at her friend with her eyes full of tears, trying to hold them back, and said everything would be okay. The new year had come. Snow was falling, the ground sparkled like diamonds. The friend ran to her house, excited, with exciting news. She said to the girl that your mom is taking you to Memphis, Tennessee to see Graceland, Elvis's house. The girl screamed, "No way." They went on the king's birthday and had a grand time. A few weeks later, the friend was getting ready to have fun per usual when she got a call. Stunned by what she heard, she dropped the phone and it shattered like a mirror. She felt as though the whole world was collapsing on top of her and there was no way out. Her lungs tightened like a belt. She couldn't breathe. The world started to blur. Things went black until a light in the pitch dark was shining. She thought that she was alone in the darkness and no one could help her. Until she saw her best friend. I thought you were dead." She nodded. Yes, I am dead." The room was luminous. The friend yelled, "Then how are you here?" As she floated into the sky, her friend asked, "Are you coming?" "I can't. I have to stay here. But just know that no matter what, I will still be with you, even though I'm not there." The friend was stunned, but accepted what she had said and went back to her normal life. As a wise person once told her, no matter if the person is gone, just think of the fun times you used to have and talk about how she was and not how she died. P.S. Thanks, Mom.
No way, they made signs, okay. So I obviously am gonna start not with a shout out, but that I feel like I owe this to my 8th period intern kids. They also made signs and decided to surprise me because they're trying to make me cry before I even start, apparently. So thank you, and I love them. This was my college essay that I fixed up a little bit so that I could read it today, but yeah. Forgiving has been the hardest thing I've ever had to do. When I was 11, my dad let me go to the park for the first time alone. To be safe, he decided he would walk our dog down there with me. Once we arrived, I looked around in horror, only to realize bringing your parent wasn't actually socially acceptable. I brought him to the side and begged him to leave. He did. The issue is, I thought I wanted him gone until I started to watch him leave. I cried the whole way home
I cried the whole time on the way home and until I fell asleep, where the word selfish flashed behind my eyelids every time I shut them. This day at the park still keeps me up at night, and the word selfish still haunts me on a daily basis. When I was 12, my mom was watching Impractical Jokers before I went to bed. She told me it was time to go to sleep, and I dragged my feet over to the couch and kissed her on the head. She said goodnight. I smiled, tired from a long day of 7th grade, and began my ascent up the stairs. This was the last time I ever saw my mom, and I never said goodnight. 1 year later, my dad met Michelle. Michelle was a doctor. Michelle was perfectly organized, and Michelle was nothing like my mom. And yet, she was the new person my dad wanted to spend his life with. I knew how I should feel, grateful that my dad had filled the gap of connection he didn't deserve to withhold. I also know what it actually made me feel, neglected. I was angry that my dad could replace my best friend. I was angry that I felt such a vast expectation on me at such a young age to move on and do it gracefully. I was angry at everything that was taken from me without a chance to say goodbye. But most of all, I was beyond angry at myself for the inability to find happiness in a situation my father didn't ask to be in. The shame that came attached with my feelings stemmed from that nasty word selfish, the word that has followed me from such an early age, the word that I've made my biggest fear and internalized to my core, spiraling into my unhealthy habit of making myself smaller when I enter a room, wishing I could morph into exactly what those around me want me to be. I became really good at being everyone but myself. I have spent my entire life beating myself up for being human, believing my feelings made me weak. I learned to fight every slightly negative thought in my head in hopes that ignoring my feelings made the lives of others easier. I didn't know it, but a resentment towards myself started to build. It was a burden I carried silently and therefore alone. The most powerful thing I've ever done is learn to forgive myself for the things I cannot control. It gave me the power to understand that I wasn't selfish. I was 12. I wasn't weak. I was a child. I was a human. While I did what I felt like was impossible and forgave my dad and Michelle, I didn't realize the hardest person to forgive would be myself. Slowly, I gathered the pieces of me that I purposefully dropped along the way by truly beginning to forgive myself the way I do others, the way that my mom did. I know that I would rather work every day to fulfill the person I aspire to be than to never have tried at all. Thank you.
And now I get the honor of introducing Rebecca.
Hello, I'm Rebecca. I am presenting my college application essay. I was actually told to submit something else, but since I can't follow directions, I submitted my college essay. So here we go. 7 years old. I was 7 years old when I came to the definitive conclusion that magic could not possibly be real. Even before then, I never believed in Santa or the Tooth Fairy or anything like that. So when my mother signed me up for a summer magic class and dragged 7-year-old me to the class, I wasn't quite sure what to expect. When the teacher showed us that card tricks were nothing more than sleight of hand, I was filled with fascination, even though most of the other kids were disappointed. Even when the teacher moved on to coin magic, my mind remained fixated on how she had manipulated the cards so effortlessly. The more I thought about it, the cooler it seemed, and the cooler it seemed, the less I believed in magic. The cards were cooler anyway. When I came home that afternoon, I immediately asked my mother if we owned a deck of cards. After that day, I became a fanatic. Everywhere I went, there was a deck of cards in my pocket and another in my backpack. Every chance I got, I added cards to my collection. Whenever we traveled somewhere for vacation, the souvenir shops would be emptied of their custom decks. My mother grew so fed up with all the decks of cards lying around the house and ordered me to bring them all to my bedroom, where I had to empty out my bookshelf just to fit them all. And the cards weren't just for decoration. I loved to shuffle them whenever I needed a break from whatever I was doing. What I did not love, however, was how all my friends kept asking me if I could do magic tricks. No matter how many times I told them that magic wasn't real, they just kept asking, and I began to hate the idea of magic. My aversion to magic didn't stop me from discovering the art of cardistry on YouTube just as quarantine began. Unlike magic tricks, cardistry was just pure card flourishing, like magic tricks, just without the magic. At 14 years old, with nothing better to do for the 2 years of quarantine, I sat down every single day and tried to learn a new trick. When quarantine ended and sophomore year of high school began, everyone was awkward. After all, it was our first year of in-person high school. So while everyone was quiet and alone, I pulled cards out of my pocket and started shuffling. Immediately, heads turned in my direction, and I froze, wondering if I had done something wrong. Then one girl blurted, "Can you do magic tricks?" I grimaced at the sound of the word. "No, but I can do this," I said, flexing my cards for a card spring. As my cards flew one at a time from one hand to the other, everyone's tense, nervous faces relaxed into momentary expressions of joy and wonder. I was hooked. All throughout my sophomore and junior years, I never missed a chance to pull the cards out and toss them around for my friends to see. I wasn't sure why it always made their faces light up, and I had no idea why their happiness always made me feel warm inside. I thought about it often, but I could never quite figure it out. It wasn't until Christmas of junior year that I finally got my answer. One of my friends shoved a deck of cards into my hands and said, "This is to help you work your magic." "Magic isn't real," I told him. He looked me in the eyes and said, "Maybe not to you, but your tricks are magic to everyone else. Why else would we keep asking to see them?" That night, I lay awake thinking about those words. I didn't want to admit he was right. I spent practically my whole life convinced that magic wasn't real, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized there was no other explanation. 10 years after a cynical 7-year-old version of myself decided magic wasn't real, I finally accepted it. Even if the cards weren't magical, people's reactions were. The magic was in the smiles and joy of other people, and that was the magic that mattered. Thank you.
How about one more round of applause for your peers? I have a short list of about 9 questions I was hoping to ask our students up here, but before I jump to those, are there any thoughtful and intentional questions that our audience would like to ask of their peers? Actually? Sure. To do a magic trick right
I'm not sure if you guys can see the cards from the stage, up close and in detail, but I can do one trick, I think. It's not a magic trick. It's not a magic trick, I'm just gonna throw the cards around, I guess. I don't know, I'll do the thing because everyone always asks Rebecca to do the thing.
Trust me, guys, from here that looked really cool.
Just for a note, my hands are shaking, so I have no control right now.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Yes. Could you say it louder, if somebody's ears were not? I teach history. I'm gonna go here. The question is, if it's not magic, is it physics?
I'm going to remind you that I know your father.
I think they know each other. What other questions do we have from the audience? something about perimeters and an area, the buoyancy or something of your cards. That was a joke.
Okay, so I don't think you expected me to like actually answer this question, but like there are different like types of cards, like there are poker cards and other types of cards, and they're all made out of like different materials, like plastic, paper, cardstock, and then they'll finish in different ways, which makes the manipulation of them different, and like certain decks are better for certain types of tricks. So you thought you could get me, but no, you do not. Good try, though.
Math and science department is really killing it at Writers Week. Question and answer here. My question is to the panel. I have the mic, so I was just going to go with it, and then I'm going to come back to the audience. And my question was, in the future, let's say it's December 2024, and submissions for Writers Week 31 needed to be made. What would the six of you say to a student who's like, I don't know, if they were wavering in their decision to make a submission? What might, you don't all have to answer it, but what would you say to somebody who was contemplating this very thing that you just did?
I say just do it, because, so, there's like a lot of people and it is kind of like terrifying. I'm really nervous, but like once you like get up there and just start talking, just like pretend like you're with like your really good friends or something, it's like pretty fun.
I think the question is like, what do you have to lose? Because if you don't do it, I think you're going to be regretful for the most of your life, because you're like, this is a one-time thing that I could have done and I missed. So I think it's just, you just have to take the leap of faith. It's really not that bad once you get on stage.
I would say talk to your friends about it because they will peer pressure you into doing it.
I say you can always back out. So if you're just too scared, then But like submit it. It's worth a shot.
Yeah, I was someone who I wasn't even debating it, I had to be pushed, and I'm glad I was though, because it's not that scary once you're up here. I think definitely do it.
I honestly don't know what to say. People said what I was gonna say.
But I wrote this in the beginning of last year, and my friend told me to submit it because she said it was very heartwarming, and I would say just do it, because if you don't, you're gonna regret it.
Okay, would you like a tag team question? Let's try it. Your favorite line from each of your pieces. Give them a minute. Okay, go.
Yes, mine is my favorite. My favorite line. My favorite line is the first one, because forgiving has been the hardest thing I've ever had to do, because that was like when I started the whole piece with. I wrote that down for my college essay, and then the rest just kind of came to me. So.
I think my favorite line is, but I never felt enough to be someone's best friend, because I feel like it just kind of like shows the message I'm trying to like get to people, even though they might think of like, when I say I've never had a best friend, they might think of it different, but like I feel like that line just kind of explains what I think.
This is a difficult question to answer. I don't have like a favorite line for my piece because this piece I worked a really long time to write because it's my college essay. I tried really hard. I tried multiple different topics to write about. And this piece came to me in a dream. So like, it's just one coherent piece of writing. So there's no favorite line for me.
Okay, it's the chicken invasion one. It's because it's funny. That's it.
Mine is probably in this journey together, come joy or strife, you're my blood bestie, my partner in crime. Because I basically wrote this Sunday night for her when like she came to surprise me after I saw her. After I haven't seen her in like I think October was the last time I saw her.
Mine was P.S. Thanks, Mom, because the last paragraph was a thing that my mom told me, and she's the one that helped me get